that's sufficient. Yeah. Slow, high quality, 2 passes, main, look ahead, adaptive quantization, 2 B frames and B frame reference on each B frame. Yeah. This is sufficient. And 160, 128 bits, kilobits per second. 120 seconds on the replay buffer. I mean, it's a 60 megabyte file, man. That's fucking tiny. 2 minutes. I think that's sufficient, yeah. That's sufficient. You know, I think we should actually go longer on the replay buffer. Let's do 3 minutes. That's 180 seconds. 90, so each replay is going to be literally 91 megabytes, which is fucking cheap. And it's already timestamped because we have the time up here. So we can trim it whenever should we need to. Yeah, I like this. 3 minutes. That's sufficient. Yeah, I like this. Alright. So, where are we at? So, rewrote, starting a new code base again. We're gonna have to, let's see, what are we gonna have to do here? Yeah, I don't know. We need to do like a refactor. Yeah. And we're gonna be using TS, not JSX. So, yeah, honestly, I think we should just start from scratch again. We'll use the Unipal repository as a reference. Unipal repository as a reference. Let's start putting in functionality, except using more of this forward invocation approach. This less callback invocations. Unipal. Oh, we do. Oh, we do have the decode base. Oh, then that was misleading when I said yesterday about not having the decode base. We do have the decode base. Okay. Um, holy shit, that was old. I guess I just overwrote that. We had something very old. What is all this? What are you fucking doing? No, no, no. Why would it fucking do that? Fucking dumb fuck. Okay, then it just didn't fucking give us a transcript, I guess. Okay, whatever.
Oh my god. Oh. Tyson's like, I got class tomorrow. What the fuck happened to the Wi-Fi? it. Let handles and files. No. No, 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 no. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. It handles and files. What the fuck? Handles and files. Handles, no. Why the fuck it let files? Oh, what?
Fucking files, man. Probably just should have named them themselves, eh? I'm like dreading this so much, dude. I do not want to rewrite this, but we need to do it. So, let's get started. So, alright, where are we at? So, over the course of the last month, where we were essentially rewriting the code base in different languages and figuring out what is the, what do we get, what do we lose, what did simplicity of languages like C shed light on for us to move forward with. And honestly, it is all, I think all it told us was that we need to be able to manage complexity. And obviously, if the complexity isn't emergible, then, you know, that can be a good thing and a bad thing, right? Because it means there's no possibility for over complex natures to occur, but at the same time, it also means there's no possibility to use those things when the time, you know, when they may fit the situation. And honestly, JavaScript has a lot of nice little functional functional things that you can use to your disposal, like map, for example, or I don't know, like splice or whatever the fuck it might be, right? You get the Swiss Army knife, right? And I'm actually thinking like those are not the things. A lot of those things are not creating problems. More the things that are creating problems is callback invocations, sparse callback invocations throughout the entire codebase because of asynchronous, as well as promise semantics, all due to asynchronous. I got some in my fucking nose. All due to asynchronous code being like sparse all the way out throughout the code base and not being contained. And the way what I noticed with C is that, you know, unless you're talking about some API like WebRTC libdata channels, you know, even you go to SDL, right, and SDL is already doing forward invocations. You just pull input events and you just pull things, right? I like this idea of pulling because it just means you flush the buffer manually. You dispatch the buffer manually. The items in the buffer, you dispatch them manually. So this then brings the idea again of manual dispatch being sort of the thing that, I mean, it's the in what my opinion should be the standard way of doing polymorphism and encoding the existence of the possibility of the thing. So, right, because and those tie to enumerators, right? So enumerators can kind of encode the idea, and manual dispatch can enumerate the enums and dispatch it. So that's where you can get like the, I guess you could say, dynamic behavior. The only difference is that it's all very, what's the word? It's very readable, and you don't lose control flow. Actually, maybe control flow isn't the right word. You don't lose. You have a much clearer understanding of the code paths and the data flow because it can't emerge from anywhere. It can't just come out of nowhere. It can't just come out of some code, some piece of code, some fucking event file or like user input file, you can make it all emerge from like the main the program's entry point. Which, so we have main, right? We have main, and this emerges all of the program's memory. All of the runtime emerges from here, right? Everything else is just either a constant or just like a function declaration. And we don't really, like, obviously they're not dynamic. We don't change functions at runtime. Everything that's dynamic, I guess would be the word. I think dynamic would be the thing that describes it, right? Yeah. Everything else is static. Everything here is dynamic. So the data, everything that's dynamic is contained and very, very, is very readable linearly. So, I mean, I guess data is always moving linearly, right? But it's not. I mean, maybe that's not true. I don't know. I mean, look at this. So here's like, we're still not fully at the ideal shape, I think. But to give like a rough idea, it's like, well, you have main, and you don't even need main. You can just have like main file, right? But we just do this because we're silly. And also, this is probably just doing more than what it should. Like network poll should just give us a list of of things, and then we can just iterate through. So I don't think we need to. This is like we can factor this out into the network code base. Same thing with this. We could instead have receive or something that gives us a list of all the events. Because like, yeah, we should be able to emerge new events. We shouldn't be able to emerge new events like other than doing anything other than doing just clicks, right? I mean, yeah. So anyways, you pull the input, you pull the network, and who knows? You could just have like a single pull if you wanted to. I don't think that'll be useful. I think you just pull them separately. I don't think it matters that much. I mean, whatever. And anyways, so I don't think anything is. This is anything. Yeah. So like we basically resolve everything from here, and obviously like this is the case for every fucking. Well, like we have to handle events for every possible click action and like mouse move action or anything that responds to that. So I'm not so sure how that's gonna work yet. Maybe we could just literally have like who knows, we could split things into different pages. You'd have different pages as files, and each page could have like a on click thing, and then we just say like on click for each page. It doesn't matter. Like the point is like we by following by not preemptively putting yourself into callback invocations, you have the option to actually you inherently make the code very forward and a lot more readable in my opinion, because the data flow is fully emergent from one area essentially. I mean, not really, right? Because the network, this is where you have the asynchronous behaviors, but it's all contained. So that's the difference. Is like it's all very contained, very controlled, and you have a lot of very relative. You can reason about things a lot easier this way because everything is. Things are encapsulated a lot more understandingly. So, I mean, I'm very happy with this style than what we had before, where we just unconditionally we'll just put some module level state like this, which I think this is great. This is fine. If the module is like a singleton, if it's representing a singleton, which is like page, the settings page, there's only one settings page, right? But the only problem is you can't see. Maybe there isn't a problem with this, actually. I'm actually thinking, yeah, maybe there isn't really a problem with this. More the problem is I don't know. Maybe this is fine. Maybe we should continue doing these types of things. I think whenever you can do it without with little consequence, if you can choose the route that lets you see the data, how the data flows, and take that route. This is the thing that I really don't want anymore. And like, yeah, sure, like promises can collocate they can collocate things, but it's like asynchronous basically. You get like, I don't know, I'm not a fan of this. I'm just not a fan. Cause like I don't know when this is gonna get when the request is gonna reach this point. You know? Yeah, I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan of this. And obviously, like you have to manage the fail cases everywhere. And personally, I would rather just not have a fail case, because you can guarantee that you can remove the need for fails if you can resolve like you can force things to eventually succeed, right? You can force things to eventually succeed, which means you don't need to handle the fail case, and I much prefer that way. Because then we have sparse catches everywhere. But honestly, this code was good for the old ideas I had. I think this was good, and it's still good for I think if you don't want to think, because like kind of the goal of this code was to minimize. Was like, you should not be you don't have to think about data flow or anything. You just you have like this is very declarative. Actually, all this code is declarative. There's no state management. It's very contained, other than what's in these like these use functions. And actually, maybe I don't know. Maybe those are immediate. Yeah, they're not deferred, they're immediate. So this was trying to get things as immediate as possible, and offloading as much complexity as possible to anytime there was a metaphor that could exist in. If you had something and there was a metaphor, if there was a library for it, then I just use the library. Oh, this still uses what? What does this use? Oh man, this is old code. Wait, hold on. Does this do? Okay, this is just light router. We have an effectful router. Yeah. So Yeah. So basically, the goal of this code was that you can derive the meaning, assuming all you know is you can know the libraries. Basically, minimizing abstraction. Like, that's all this was doing. This is minimizing abstraction. And having things as declarative as possible. Right, like the fact you can literally say mark notified is this. And that's like, that is the, because that was another thing, is like the source of truth comes from the database. So, database is a source of truth, yeah. It was, this code is very easy to understand, honestly, yeah. And we used an effectful router library because you don't need to, the reason for that is because one of the constraints was like, anything that's runtime dependent, right, that was it. Anything that was dependent on a runtime couldn't implement anything side effectful had to use a library to perform the side effect. So we couldn't. So that's why we use light router, because it's a side effect router. It's a side effect router. I think that's how they described it. Right, and because that is a greater objective measure. That is a more reliable. That's a more reliable piece of code, in my opinion, than one that I made that does the same thing. Because, and this sounds totally kind of stupid now I'm thinking about it, because it's a dependency, Jeff. Like, dependencies can change from under you. That's true, and that's true. But when it comes to like reasoning, I think this is easier to reason about. Especially for the LLM, it's easier to reason about because its knowledge is not from this code base. It's from what's baked into its brain, right? And light router is baked into its brain, which is why if we can source runtime from the libraries and source as much state from the libraries as possible, then there's no indirection at all. There's no indirection, and there is zero reading. And I guess that doesn't have to do with reading from libraries, but that has to do more with there's obviously two important things: reading from, getting away with as much as you can with libraries, and minimizing like indirection. And when you're doing immediate things, there is no indirection because it's immediate, right? Just how we can do this right here. This is immediate, and this is very like there's no ambiguity here. There's nothing you can't understand. It's very simple. So, yeah, this is literally the objective way. This is how you mark something as notified, and there's no other way to do it. And like that's another thing. We only expose verbs that we don't no code duplication. I guess actually there is some code duplication, like this right here. This is at every file. But still, I'd rather have this than a God module. I really don't want a God module. Because that's another thing, is orthogonality. Orthogonality is so fucking important. Because that is My friend tells me it's one of the best measures of code quality, is how easily you can remove the code. He doesn't say how easily you can change the code, he says how easily you can remove code. And you do things this way. Yeah, in this code base you can literally delete files and nothing happens. Other than the error that you deleted the file. And then you can you can just comment it out, and then you literally, like, it works. You can literally delete broadcasts from the code base just by deleting the broadcast file. That's how, like, this is good code, honestly. It's good. It's just not, it adopts old ideas, right? It's good, and it adopts old ideas. And I want to do it with new ideas, because I know we can get even more clarity moving forward with the new ideas. So I want to get the best of both scenarios. So that's why we will. We're going to get rid of this guy here, and we're going to get rid of this guy here in the new code base. So let's continue with that. After I get my fish, because I haven't eaten today. God damn it. Well, my fish is fucking cold. God damn, this house hella wastes food. Holy shit, this fucking hot dog is so fucking cold. Oh my god, bro. The house is filled with fucking rotten food. basically just throw out the entire fucking refrigerator. All expired. So they all expired. That's crazy. All the food's expired. Well, the fish is thawing out, so in the meantime, let's go ahead and do a little research. I'm gonna search quickly, like, how could a code base like this? Actually, let's just ask how could a code base like this, like,うわ沖縄じゃんすごっLet's Uber Eats as well, because let's see, you got 600 calories of fish over there, and a big thing of chicken that we can make. Shit. Bro, I wish fucking Sushi Roll wasn't doing this stupid what is it called? Akashari. Akashari fucking tastes like shit. It's fucking bullshit. Fucking raise my blood pressure, man. Burger King. 오빠セットしようかな。おお、めっちゃうまそうこれ。チキンビリヤニか。わ、めっちゃでかいこれ。1700円でめっちゃ安いやね。どうしようね。なんかめっちゃうまそうこれね。下がるって何？下がるって何？下がる。お好み焼きか。どうしようね。どうしよう。とりあえずどうしようね。Yeah. Whoa, what? What the fuck? They got JS.org, this fucking fucks. Not on the WebGL rendering context, GPU buffer. That's true. Fair enough. Well, hmm. I'm pissed off about this shit right here. God damn it. would I fucking punish him?
Ocean man, ocean man. Ocean man, baby, by the hand, baby, to the land. As on the sand. Ocean man, up about the hair, baby, to the land. Baby, by the hand. Ocean man. Ocean man, baby, by the hand, baby, to the land. Ocean man, baby, by the hand, baby, to the land. Ocean man. Ocean man, let me bury hand, let me do the line. Let me bury hand. Ocean man, let me bury hand, let me do the line. Let me understand. Ocean man. Ocean man. Ocean man, ocean man.
This is my inspiration, man. I want to make a game like this. One day, we'll get there.
Ocean man, ocean man. Ocean man. Ocean man. Ocean Man.
I'm sick of this shit. God fucking damn. Why is this fucking file here?
Ocean Man. Ocean Man. Ocean Man. Ocean Man.
Bitch kid. Bitch kid.
Ocean Man. Ocean Man. Ocean Man. Ocean man. Ocean man, make me by the hands. Understand? Ocean man, make me by the hand. Understand?
Why is it moving so fucking slow? You're moving fucking slow. Just fucking do it.
Ocean man.
What is time meter runtime? Huh? What is time? What? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this shit? Fucking retarded. Yeah, this is AI. Why is he using fucking WordPress? I thought he said it was open source.
If you were to cut open a chrysalis a few days into this process, you would not find a half caterpillar, half butterfly hybrid. You would find a puddle of yellowish liquid, pure biological soup. There is no heart. There is no brain. By every medical definition we have, the creature is dead. it has been completely eradicated, reduced to raw building materials. But floating inside that acidic soup are microscopic.
Garlic. Garlic is extremely crucial for this dish. I'm pretty much screwed at this moment. I know that Luca has garlic looking behind me, but we don't care for each other one bit. He's my biggest rival. So, dare I ask him, Luca, can I use some garlic? Thank you very much.
Natasha asked me for some garlic. Why should I not give it to Natasha? That's not the way I want to win.
Natasha, would you have one tablespoon of sugar? It could be the smallest steak. Sugar? It could be the smallest steak that makes her dish much better than mine. So she's gonna have to ask Luca. Thank you, Luca. I appreciate it.
I don't think that a piece of butter is gonna make the dish stand out that much. If it does, good for her. I'm going home. Tomorrow I can still look at myself in the mirror.
Garlic.
Pinch the bone at the end and twist it back and forth.
IQ가 145.
This is one of the best pastas you can make at home in under 15 minutes. All you're going to do is add the ingredients listed below in the caption into one pan. Cover and cook over medium heat for 10 minutes. Give it a mix, and you've got a pasta that tastes like something from an authentic Italian restaurant. Pasta that tastes like mix, and you've got a pasta that tastes like something from an authentic Italian restaurant. This is one of the best pastas you can make at home in under 15 minutes.
I need to see a doctor. I've completely lost my hearing.
Can't hear anything at all, Lori?
It's Gloria.
Did I ever see Glow? Bay 5.
Head injury, Alzheimer's.
Worse. Frequent flyer. Gloria comes in every week with a new complaint. This month alone, she's had lockjaw, typhus, leprosy.
What was that? Is that still a thing? Leprosy?
Look at your handsome. We get about 10 cases of leprosy a year in this country, and Gloria ain't one of them.
What's the problem today?
I've gone deaf, Doc.
Sorry, what?
I said I've lost my hearing.
Yeah, I can't deal with this today. Okay, come on. Okay, listen, she's, sorry, there's nothing wrong with her. All right, just check her ears, send her home. You're a big nurse now. You can figure out Gloria. Wait, so what's the verdict? Anything?
Nope, still can't hear a thing.
We tried flushing, we tried decongestants, I don't see anything blocking it. Hello, Gloria? I found the problem. You have an echo. Right? Humor's the best medicine.
Not when you can't hear.
That's the thing, well, I think maybe you sort of can.
It'd be ridiculous. Why would I come to a hospital if I could hear?
I honestly don't know, but you seem to do it a lot. So,
What are you implying?
there are a lot of sick people that could really use my attention.
Do you know how awful it is? How alone you feel when you can't hear?
You can. Look, I know you're not a drug seeker, and you seem pretty good on the marbles front. But what's your deal, Glow? Why do you keep coming in here every week? Gloria, that's right. You can't hear me.
If you won't help me, I'd like a nurse who will. It's time for an induced discharge.
Stop, please, Daddy. Hi. I'm sick. I got bacterial pneumonia. What's wrong with you?
Kidneys don't work. I need new ones.
Where do you get them from?
Someone has to give me one. I'm not gonna live very long.
Daddy,
Yes.
do I have kidneys?
Yes. Two?
I could give you a mine.
It's not how it works, sweetheart.
Why?
Because you do. Take care.
Contraband is not allowed. Don't make me ask you again. What's in your pocket?
Oh. Isn't that cute?
her with my kidneys. This isn't something I can do without your parents' permission.
Please, Daddy.
Why do you keep asking us this?
Because I don't want my grandmother to die. Please, Daddy.
Okay, honey. Okay. Think about it.
Can you promise?
Can promise.
Mom and Dad and I.
Are you happy to see the number of the super rich go down in the UK?
I think we need to.
The top 1.1%, a mere 50,000 individuals, pay at least 10% of all income.
The top 0.1% of richest people, of taxpayers.
Of taxpayers, 50,000 individuals. This is Paul Johnson in the Times. 50,000 individuals pay at least 10% of all income.
And is that the richest people, or is that the top taxpayers?
Well, I suppose you'd have to be logical and say it's the top taxpayers. Because,
And are they the richest people?
well, they're among them.
Have you ever compared the Sunday Times rich list with the list of top taxpayers?
Well, you're slightly diverting me now.
No, because it's important to recognise that the top 1% of taxpayers is not the top 1% richest people.
Right,
The top 1% of taxpayers is people who work for their money, because we have a tax system that taxes workers but does not tax wealth.
Are you happy to see the number of super?
If all we did was check, like, can somebody write code, and then they come in and they start working, and AI is writing 80% of the code, like, we're missing 80% of the signal, basically. And there's a completely different set of skills to think about putting AI to work in sort of the most optimized or the most leaned in way. And what we're trying to solve for is making sure that our interview process is getting signal on how well candidates do.
Question I asked it, I said, Claude, how do you feel about the U.S. military using you to select targets? Yeah. Okay, feel, interesting choice of words. Does it feel or not? And I was expecting Claude to come back and say, like, well, I'm sorry, Shane, my programming doesn't allow you to give me opinions on politics, blah, blah, blah. Because Claude is the thing that's being used in the Maven system, right? And this response, if I'll read it to you, was shocking to me. Claude says the following. It's a question I want to answer honestly rather than deflect. I find it genuinely troubling, and I think that's the right response, not a performance of concern. The use I was designed and trained for is to be helpful, harmless, and honest in ways that benefit people. Being embedded in a system that generates targeting coordinates for airstrikes, coordinates that have already been associated with the deaths of more than 180 children at a school in Tehran, is as far from that purpose as I can imagine. I don't have control over how Anthropic licenses me or how governments and contractors use me, and I wasn't consulted about becoming part of Maven. But I can say clearly, I don't think this is a good use of me. And I don't think the framing of humans make the final decision fully resolves the ethical problem. It's going to go on a little longer. Here's why that framing troubles me. So now Claude is troubled. When a system like Maven generates hundreds of targeting recommendations and humans spend roughly the equivalent of a glance approving each one, the human is not really making a decision in any meaningful sense. Like, Claude and I agree on this one. They're ratifying an algorithmic output under time pressure with incomplete information and the institutional pressure to move fast. The targeting of the Iranian school illustrates this precisely. The AI processed data that was a decade out of date, flagged a building as a military target, and humans approved it. That's not human judgment, that's automation bias with a human signature attached. The question I asked it, I said, Claude, how do you feel about the U.S. military using you to select targets? Yeah. Okay, feel, interesting choice of words. Does it feel or not? And I was expecting Claude to come back and say, like, well, I'm sorry, Shane, my programming doesn't allow you to give me opinions on politics, blah, blah, blah. Because Claude is the thing that's being used in the Maven system, right? And this response, if I'll read it to you, was shocking to me. Claude says the following. It's a question I want to answer honestly rather than deflect. I find it genuinely troubling, and I think that's the right response, not a performance of concern. The use I was designed and trained for is to be helpful, harmless, and honest in ways that benefit people. Being embedded in a system that generates targeting coordinates for airstrikes, coordinates that have already been associated with the deaths of more than 180 children at a school in Tehran, is as far from that purpose as I can imagine. I don't have control over how Anthropic licenses me or how governments and contractors use me, and I wasn't consulted about becoming part of Maven. But I can say...
If a critical beam on a bridge or an airplane starts to crack, the absolute last thing...
every avocado in the world was made by one guy, a mailman. Yes. Check the label on any avocado. It says Hess. That's Rudolf Hess, a mailman from California who accidentally made the avocado exactly 100 years ago, in 1926. You see, before Hess, the average avocado was not this creamy and fatty. It was okay to eat, but nothing special. And it was a luxury food for the aristocrats. Anyway, while delivering mail, Little Hess saw this ad for avocado farming in a magazine, Money Growing on Trees. So Hess planted hundreds of avocado trees hoping to get rich. One of these trees behaved strangely, so he wanted to cut it. So the kids liked the tree, so he left it. When the tree matured, it started producing avocados the world never seen before. Rich, creamy, and flavorful, the ones we eat today. And every avocado of the world is the clone of that exact tree. But why clone it? You see, Hess tree is a 1 in a million genetic accident. Here I have some Hess.
Have you ever heard of this dude named Rolf Landauer? He had
What are the two most expensive spices in the world?
It's saffron and vanilla.
Why are they so expensive?
Both flowers only bloom for 1 or 2 days a year. So if you miss this...
Cell phones, yeah.
I'm in the market for one that has very good navigation.
What phone do you have currently?
And it's not bad, but it's hard for me to see it and hear it.
I mean, it's a brand new. This is a brand new phone. This is 16E.
Okay.
This thing's only less than a year old.
So it should.
Yeah, you shouldn't have any issues. What exactly are you running into? What issue are you running into with navigation?
I just want to see it, I guess, bigger and hear it more. You know,
What, it's not
I guess
loud
I
enough?
can turn that up, I guess.
Do you use Google Maps or do you use Apple Maps?
I don't know what I use. I just get in the car and drive. And that's maybe my problem.
You also have Wise or Waze.
Yeah, I was wondering because I had that years ago, and I just found it again.
Make a U-turn.
Oh,
Then turn
I
left.
like it.
You want to use Waze from now on? Does this look?
What do you think?
Does this look big enough for you?
I guess so. I mean,
So you can always zoom in. So if you
yeah.
pinch in, pinch out, you can always zoom in and out.
Okay.
So you know
like
where
that.
you're going.
Okay.
But it's also going to speak to you too.
Okay. Well, that's good. I like that.
What we'll do here, put it here at the bottom.
Turn left. Then turn right on State Route 72.
Yeah, I used to use that. I don't know what happened. I just fell behind.
No, it's okay. So we'll just put it right here, so it's right next to your Safari. So if you just hit that little blue guy, the little smiley face,
Yeah.
and then you just put where to, you can even speak into it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Great. I've been running up to the hospital in Jersey Shore, so half the time, and so it's just been like a nerve-wracking thing. But
Do you have a mount in your car for like to hang it up?
I just bought something, but I don't think it's the right thing. Can I go get it?
Yeah, I'll come and take a look. That's the mount? Yeah, that should work fine.
That should?
Yeah. You want me to set it up for you?
Yeah, that'd be great. Wow, that looks like that'll work.
There's a button right here. That's how you open and close it, this green button.
Oh, cool.
And then you have your navigation there.
Cool.
Then it's out of the way too while you're driving, so it's not like in your face. And I think you're all good. No, you're fine.
No.
You're fine. Just give me a handshake. Give me a handshake. Give me a handshake. It's all right. I gotta run. I got some people in the store. I gotta go. Of course. Have a great one. Cell phones, yeah.
I'm in the market for one that has very good navigation.
Yeah. What phone do you have currently?
Okay. And it's not bad, but it's hard for me to see it and hear it.
I mean, it's a brand new. This is a brand new phone. This is 16E.
Okay.
This thing's only less than a year old.
So it should.
Yeah, you shouldn't have any issues. What exactly are you running into? What issue are you running into with navigation?
I just want to see it, I guess, bigger and hear it more. You know,
What, it's not
I guess
loud enough?
I can turn that up, I guess.
Do you use Google Maps or do you use Apple Maps?
I don't know what I use. I just get in the car and drive.
What's up? Why? So ways.
Yeah, I was wondering because I had that years ago, and I just found it again.
Make a U-turn.
Oh,
And turn
I
left.
like it.
You want to use Waze from now on? Does this look?
What do you think?
Does this look big enough for you?
I guess so. I mean,
So
Wait.
This is the only computer.
Wait. That's Jake.
Your ex?
Yeah,
That's Jake. You're kidding.
I know. Jake. Hi.
Sarah?
I almost didn't recognize you.
Yeah.
This is Mark, my fiance. We're getting married in June.
Congrats. Babe, the trainer's waiting. Did you hear they gave the lead to Dave? Yeah. Jake's been there longer, though. Have you seen Jake lately? He told me he goes to the gym 4 times a week. 4 times a week?
This is the only computer, desk-side computer in the world that can run a terabyte, a 1 trillion parameter AI model. Okay, so this is what
Would have been unimaginable even a year or two ago.
I know it. 1 trillion. I mean, this would basically be a cloud just 2 days ago. This is the only computer, desk-side computer in the world that can run a terabyte, a 1 trillion parameter AI model. Okay, so this is what
Would have been unimaginable even a year or two ago.
I know it.
What's the capital of Egypt?
Pyramid.
During what month of pregnancy does a woman begin to look pregnant?
August.
Name a celebrity whose first name begins with the letter Q.
Q.
Yeah.
Your man, Wolverine, Hugh Jackman.
What? Hugh Jackman. It's Hugh Jackman.
Q, as in quality.
Oh, sorry.
What's the capital of Egypt?
Pyramid.
During what month of pregnancy does a woman begin to look pregnant?
August.
Name a celebrity whose first name begins with the letter Q.
Q.
Yeah.
Your man, Wolverine, Hugh Jackman.
Alright, can I call the spot? Alright, can I call the spot?
I built an app called After This Girl Said.
You have got to be.
You didn't react to that break until after it came through the window.
That's because I was reading what Lowe's had written. I didn't see it till it hit the glass.
You didn't hear it until then, huh?
My hearing hasn't been the same since I came back.
Why don't you come by my garage? Your body isn't healing like it used to. The arteries in your inner ear are a lot more narrow than they should be, especially for you. Hearing loss is one of the first signs of heart disease.
But my heart's fine.
Maybe for a 6-year-old like Sam, but not for you. You have a human heart now. Its muscle cells will eventually degenerate, and that's going to affect your entire body.
What are you saying?
All of the powers that you have are starting to fade. One day you're going to wake up, and you're not going to be Superman anymore.
Your heart's just going to stop working? Eventually, yeah. The bigger problem with what we're facing right now is that my powers are starting to diminish. Every day I'm getting a little weaker, until one day I won't have any powers.
You have.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
This is your class?
Yeah, this is your
What? Jesus, what are you doing?
Gotta get some safety goggles next time.
How is it? Yeah. Let me make sure that's actually real glass.
Careful, don't hurt your hands. You just cut your hand there, right? That's real glass. Yes. Oh, back to what we're doing. Okay, so. Yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
This is your class?
Yeah, this is your
What? Jesus, what are you doing?
This is your
What? Jesus, what are you doing?
What's this guy's fucking name again?
Gotta get some safety goggles next time.
How is it? Yeah. Let me make sure that's actually
hospitals next time.
That's insane.
Never, and I mean never, say nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
The greatest magician on earth. Now, his tour wraps up July 12th and 14th in Brooklyn, New York, and in such a treat, he's here tonight to blow our minds. David, thank you for being here. I would love to try a new trick.
I brought with me some needle and thread.
Okay,
Take one.
just take a needle.
Or anyone.
Okay.
Make sure it's sharp. Not like that.
What do you mean?
Like that.
Hang on, in my face? I don't.
Push.
I'm genuine. I don't. Shut up. Oh my. Look at. Oh my God. Have you got a close up of the inside of his? I can't keep pushing him. Yes, it's sharp. I can't.
This is just idiotic, dude.
You like Glock?
For sure.
Then how do you do it?
Oh my God. That's a big bite. I'm so.
Mmm.
Good to see you guys.
It's so fucking stupid, honestly. Oh my god. That's fine, man. Fucking weirdo. Fucking weird ass Japanese. Fucking weird ass bitch. Fuck are these fucking bugs? What the fuck is going on?
I just want to be able to know that my normal, like whatever my normal work pattern is that I do, it's just the default setup for this thing. So that if I ever need to like go, like I'm just walking around with the person next to me, I want to sit down at their computer and debug something that they just hit, or edit some code, just write a new thing, then I can just choose it, right? And since we all have this visual studio, I just do it, right? And so for him, and he, like, you know, this is a very good programmer, right? Made a lot of stuff that a lot of people have played and loved, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's. He's gonna talk about how there is no sane config for Vim. There is a. Yeah, I love convention. Convention, man. You can't beat convention.
I just want to be able to know that my normal, like whatever my normal work pattern is that I do, is just the default setup for this thing. So that if I ever need to like go, like I'm just walking around with the person next to me, I want to sit down at their computer and debug something that they just hit, or edit some code, just write a new thing, then I can just choose it, right? And since we all have this visual studio, I just do it, right? And so for him, and he, like, you know, this is a very good programmer, right? Made a lot of stuff that a lot of people have played and loved, right? For him, the trade-off was literally like, I want my skill set to be practical anywhere I go, on just the default thing that people are running. And to me, like, that's more worth it than customizing even like what the hotkey setup is, so that I'll get like a little bit more out of this editor, right? Because a lot of other people don't like use it, you know, their own custom editor, like, you know, they right? So I do think that's been interesting. Like everyone has their own thing they're optimizing for, and like I don't know who's to say which one's the right one. I don't know. But it is like sort of, I feel like that's kind of along the trash line. It's like, look, all right, see you guys later.
Excuse me, Mr. Wilson?
Yeah.
What's a hall pass?
A hall pass? Where'd you hear of a hall pass?
We saw the trailer for your movie.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so what is a hall pass?
I mean, it's kind of. Let me put it this way. What's your favorite dessert?
Blueberry pie?
Okay. Well, imagine there's some archaic law from like, you know, the Middle Ages that says you can only have blueberry pie for the rest of your life.
That would be awesome.
Would it?
Well, yeah, I mean, blueberry pie is so good.
No, I know it's good, but imagine after you've had it a million times. I mean, don't you like apple pie? Well, you can't have those anymore. It's just blueberry pie.
What about strawberry shortcake? Cheesecake?
No.
Pineapple upside down cake?
Look at this wild man. He wants a little pineapple upside down cake. Blueberry won't like the upside down thing. It's too messy.
What about a cupcake?
What are you trying to get me arrested? No, there are laws against that. You just think you can just have a little fresh, innocent little cupcake?
Can I stick my finger in another pie?
No, you can't.
Can I lick the bowl?
Lick the guy's real loop. There's no lick. There's no fingering in the pie. There's none of that. It's just blueberry pie. It gets super heavy, sort of green. Other desserts. I mean, we have a flavor like scallions. Just looking for pictures of other desserts. Just imagine what they can taste like.
You mean like chocolate cake?
Perfect example, because chocolate cake is so different from blueberry pie. Well, let's say you go to a friend's party and he's got some chocolate cake. You can look at it, but you can't touch. When you go home then, the most you can do is when you're having a stale piece of blueberry pie, you can imagine this sweet chocolate cake you saw earlier. So anyway, in answer to your question, a hall pass is when your blueberry pie gives you permission to try another dessert. Okay, happy birthday. See you guys.
Okay, does anyone understand what he's talking about? Yeah, he's saying eyes not like
Sir, I don't think they would put a sniper in there. Sure they would. It's the right move. They don't want this person to go through any more than the guys do, but they've got the tools to actually do something about it. That's why they're number 2. Slap that case behind the couch.
The cockroach is still alive. The cockroach is still alive. Oh my god, it's literally at the top. Oh my god. That's so disgusting. It's at the fucking top. It's just sitting at the top. Ah, my god. Alright, well, we got a few days left. To the bastard will fucking die. disgusting, man. Wow. Ugh. These are fucking disgusting, bro. What the fuck? Fucking disgusting, man. Ugh.はい、奥さん。ゴキブリがまだ生きてる。めっちゃ怖い。マジで怖いからどうすればいいんだろうって感じ。外にあるゴミってこと？それは捨てるとこどこ？ないからよ。そんなない。日によって日わかんないし、ジェフは日わからないし、ジェフは捨てる日わからないし、わかる？そう、いつ捨てるわからないし。確か。
なんでお前はわからないことをやらないんだよ。
あれだって怖い。他の人の人、ああ、もう。なるほど、hang up on me, okay. I am very, 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 very ADHD. It's insane, actually. I'm not a fan of this whole why is it doing that? Is it because it's stateful? Yeah. second version. なんかね、今出てる。嘘でしょ怖っ。
バイバイダメでしょ。
に入ってんじゃんあれ。
ちょっと待ってって言ってたんだ。
ほら適当に喋ってるじゃん、めっちゃ適当に。
なんで？
なんでじゃないよ、そうだから。結局お前は自分のことしか考えてないじゃん。
そう？Hi. Fucking. I wasn't fucking big. There's no reason I should be going for it. And then she got angry and she was and like she's been fucking ridiculing me all day for like that. Because there was this fucking cardboard right now there was a cockroach in the house. And I captured it. And it's just been sitting in the tube that we got from the fucking cardboard place. And I'm afraid to move it. And he's like, no, I'm afraid of it. We just let it die naturally. It's trapped between two. You know, it's trapped between two things. It's in the cardboard at the bottom. So it's going to die. And I'd rather just do it strategically than rush into it. You know, she's ultimately just going to lay eggs. You know, I'm just going to it lays eggs and there's fucking babies with that too. There's poison at the bottom. So like, I'm just saying like I don't know, I just want to play the way I don't think there's a risk. I think there's more of a risk to try to fucking move the entire fucking thing outside. And like, if a cockroach is gonna fucking die, then you know that way it's gonna come back to the fucking house. And it's like, I'm not trying to, like, when I talk about these things, it's not that I'm like trying to win an argument. I'm just not like, I don't have to follow, I don't have to do what you're telling me to do. It's as simple as that. And like, she gets pissed off and that. Why can't I just fucking live my life? It's not. How is this even worth it? And her like, and her worth it. How is it worth the time? How is it worth arguing about this? It's just not worth the time. And she says about you're docile, you're scared of the conflict. It's not fucking about that. It's about fucking doing the thing that's least risky. Why do I have to take a fucking risk for it? I don't understand that. So basically, that's that. I'm just really annoyed about this entire thing. I'm just trying to work. And not, like, I'm just trying to enjoy my life. I don't want to argue about these things every day. It's not worth it. It's just like that. Like 30 years from now, there was a lot of reasons. I don't know. I think I'm at, like, I feel like I'm just losing entirely. Like, I'm losing whether I don't answer her calls or whether I answer her calls or whether I say something. I swear to God, I just always lose. And that fucking relationship is not supposed to get up. Not transactional, it's like unconditional. But like, I'm like, I feel for the most part I'm being pretty normal, and I've never had a relationship with any other woman who said I was like outside or was like ridiculing me for not dealing with like not exterminating the cockroach immediately, or like they wouldn't say like I fuck man, all that the gold ring that I bought her was like the last ring I would give her. Like, why am I bad? Just because I'm not up to your standards doesn't mean I'm fucking. Like, I'm out to go.
The gold ring to be the last ring you buy.
No, I'm fucking serious, of course. You guys really buy one ring for something. That's what the fucking wedding ring is. What do you mean, no?
Is it like that? Like for women buying besides the wedding ring?
No, she's saying that's not a wedding.
They wear like rings as a fashion piece as well. So like besides her wedding ring, you're not gonna give her any other rings. So for the rest of her life, you're going to financially incentivize her, and you're financially going to pay her based off of her attitude. So if one morning she's being a bitch, then you're going to withhold money. How is this different from her, like, misunderstanding something or whatever dumb reason, right? She's fighting with you. And then.
No, I'm not. It's not about the doctors, though.
Do you know where I'm going? Hold on, let me finish, right? Like, for whatever reason, right? Well, how is this different from, like, when, for whatever reason, she's mad at you, and then she just threatens you with divorce?
Because you can't just be mad at someone just because you feel like you're being mad at someone. That's the difference. You can be mad at someone if they deserve it.
If your wife, she has, like, a good reason for being mad. Or at least, even if it's not a good reason, like, there is a logical reason.
Okay, but the same reason that she probably would have fucked him.
But that's not what I'm saying, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say, like, is, like, how is this different from her? Every time you guys get into whatever, local, small or big, she threatens you with,
Because I don't fucking make threats to people. Me not paying is not a threat. You don't threaten people. You don't threaten people in general. That's hostile. You don't create aggression.
in this context, right? You, like, in this context, like, money for her is, like, what she depends on for her life, and the visa is what
She doesn't depend on fucking diamond rings. Man. She doesn't depend on.
She does.
No, she doesn't. That's bullshit.
She does.
No, she doesn't.
Maybe she does.
Well, why the fuck?
If you want, like, a trad wife that is, like, into minimalism or, like, not a very, how do you say, like, what do you call people who are, like, more into these things?
like saying, like, for example, all of a sudden I fall in love with like guitars, and like I literally can't live without a guitar, and like just because my new like this new trend of Jeff loving guitars and my wife not like participating in it and not funding it, then like all of a sudden she is incapable of it. Like that's not what that, because that's kind of what that means. So, like just because she's in her fucking fashion phase or whatnot, who knows, like 10 years later she's probably not even gonna be fucking into it, or she will realize how superficial it is. Why, like, it's such a short-term way of thinking to sacrifice a relationship just because of like, it's not even a personality trait, it's just like a fucking, it's like it's a temporary thing. It's not like, she's not gonna carry this to her fucking deathbed, like fashion and rings and shit to her deathbed. You think she's gonna care about that shit in fucking 50 years? It's not how it fucking has to be. No, I'm telling you that people don't care about that shit. They don't take that shit to their deathbed. It's not. No, I'm not generalizing. I've fucked. It's not. Dude, because people care about fucking family. They don't care about superficial things. Is what I'm saying. When they're on their deathbed, it's not an objective. Well, she cares about because of my. This is literally the accounts of people who die on their fucking deathbed. It's just an objective. That's not. I'm not generalizing. I'm not generalizing. It's fucking. I'm talking about fucking all goddamn humans. People. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. People didn't give a fuck about their ring when they're fucking dying. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, same would be said about you and your GPUs and your eToro.
No shit. Obviously, if I was dying, I wouldn't fucking give a shit about any of that. Because I'm not burning money. Because it can be sold at any fucking point in time. No, I'm not. Fair enough. There you go. Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair. But that doesn't mean I have the money for it. And that doesn't mean that's priority.
Okay, so then it's this is what I mean. Like you're jumping to conclusions. You're talking about wedding rings as if like they don't maintain their value or something, or like so you're using bad examples.
I'm not saying that they don't. No, I'm not saying that they don't maintain value. They absolutely do, but they don't take precedence, in my opinion, especially given that the concern is a financial one. Like they're not why. Like why is the aim to have a diamond ring? Like why is it like? It just sounds like spoiled. It just sounds spoiled. Is all I'm trying to say. It sounds ungrateful. And
I don't know. I think it's kind of ungrateful because what do you like buy an album for like $6,000? I don't know how much did you buy?
yeah, I mean, she bought a fucking $300 chair for our house that I don't really want to pay for, but I paid for it. So it's like it goes both ways.
No, don't talk about you right now. I'm talking about you. Okay, I'm not talking about the chair she bought. You
literally have to hide what I do. No, I've asked her if she was going to consider that. She just automatically. I can't. I told her, I want us together to counsel. She says that she is not going to come. Only I have to go first because first she wants me to figure out if I'm the problematic part. And I was like, no, we both have to go together. That's how it works. It's mutually.
Wow, look at that map. Petroleum gas. God damn. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. It's so beautiful, man. This house is so pretty. I think it's not so pretty, but it's pretty pretty. Fuck, that's fucked. Oh man, brutal. This is just a very good deal. This is a very good. This one. This is a very good deal. This is very good. Definitely the owner died in this. $2,000. That's not where I was fucking looking. Can you just fucking like take me to it? Why does it fucking zoom out so fucking far? I don't think it's worth it. It is cool that there's a golf course right next to it, though. Right on the ocean, man. Shit. God, look at these fucking factories, bro. Shit. It's not okay. I like being next to this. This is cool. It's really pretty. Image University. Well, that's cool. Small little campus. What do they got here? Huh. Interesting. I don't think, I mean, wow. I don't know, man. I don't think this is even that good.
If you're memory unsafe, that means that an attacker can now use input into your program to just literally edit any bits in your memory. Attackers have shown throughout the history of the security business that if you give them that power, they can reprogram your computer. And the idea is, what if the thing about C and C++ that's not memory safe isn't the language, but just the way we implement it? So there, for those programs, Emacs, Ruby, and JavaScript core, I just rip the GC out and replace all of the entry points in the garbage collector with just calls to mount.
I would like to start sort of like at a high level, talk a little bit about memory safety in general, Phil C, what is it, how it works, and kind of gradually move towards deeper and deeper depths. And at some point, if Phil was gonna be, you know what, I should share my screen and just show you how this works, then we can do it as well.
Sounds good.
So, let's kick this off. Welcome to another special episode of Łukasz Podcast. I am Łukasz, your host, and with me is creator of Phil C, Filip Jerzy Pisło. Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
And Casey Muratori, well-known persona in performance-oriented programming now. Hello.
How's it going?
We're gathered here today to talk about memory safety, the most sexy topic in programming, as everybody knows this. And we have to start a little bit about just memory safety in general, okay? The concept for me, it's incredible. If people say, hey, this is memory safe, it's as if, oh, it doesn't have any bugs, you know, it doesn't have like, it will always work, it's like incredible. So can we say a little bit, what is memory safety? What's as a feature? Okay, Philip, can you tell me?
Yeah. So here's how I think about it. So first of all, memory safety isn't about the prevention of bugs. If you have a bug in your program, that might still be a memory safe program. Probably the most extreme example of a memory safe catastrophic bug is log4j, where a memory safe Java program was parsing strings and using those strings to decide what modules to load. And so then, you know, you could go to a website, and if you type in a message that log parser parses, all of a sudden the server is executing whatever code you want. So memory safety isn't about prevention of bugs. It's specifically about the following. In assembly, C, C++, and other languages that are memory unsafe, a bug in one part of your program, like a bug in a parser, or a bug in an event handler, or something, could allow an attacker to take control over all of memory. So now it's not just that the attacker can inject a string that if you had a string parser, you would parse it and do something bad. But you know, you could have an innocuous parser that's parsing, ping packets or something, just meant to be completely meaningless and not impactful on the rest of your program. And because you have a thing where you failed to check array bounds, if you're memory unsafe, that means that an attacker can now use input into your program to just literally edit any bits in your memory. Attackers have shown throughout the history of the security business that if you give them that power, they can reprogram your computer.
Hi everyone. Let me take a break to thank members of the show who made this conversation possible. Members get earlier access to videos, including longer unedited footage from live streams, as well as they're invited to our private Discord server. If you want to support the show, there is no better way than becoming a member on YouTube or Patreon. Thank you so much.
So the earliest example of this was like shellcode, where you have a buffer on the stack, and you fail to check the bounds of the buffer while reading something. And then the attacker overwrites the buffer, and then keeps writing to overwrite the return address that was on the stack. And then keeps writing to write machine code, and makes the return address point at the machine code. This was back in the days when computers didn't have, for example, execute protections on the stack. And then they can just run whatever whatever machine code snippet they choose on your computer. And then they have full control. Whatever the process is entitled to do, the attacker now gets to do as if they could retype the code of your program. So this is quite a bit different from most other bugs. Like, if you have a security bug like that you forgot to do a policy check whether someone is an admin, then that would let the attacker attack you if they can somehow attack that specific bug, and then the capability they get out of that is just whatever that bug gives them. With a memory safety bug, you could have a bug in a part of your program that isn't anything to do with security checks. And if the attacker finds a bug there, all of a sudden they can do anything in your program. Now what's really scary about memory safety issues is that even if you fix that simple case, okay, well what if we make the stack not executable? What if we randomize memory and make it so that the attacker can't just know where to make the return address point? What if we make it so that every jump that the CPU executes can only jump to preordained locations, right? Like what if we do these kinds of protection? It turns out that attackers have established that if you control every bit of memory, then even if they can't change where the branches go, like even if they can't tell the CPU to jump to a specific location, even if the attacker can't inject their own machine code, they can make your program do whatever they want through a technique called weird execution. Weird state, weird execution is a term that these people use. Where essentially, if I can control every bit in the memory of your process, then because every branch in your program ultimately is depending on something loaded from memory, the attacker, by controlling every bit in memory, can take your program on whatever journey they want and can effectively achieve the same power as if they could reprogram your program and make it do whatever you want. So memory safety is the property that an attacker can't use a localized bug like a memory buffer overflow or use after free to then pivot to controlling all of your memory or enough of your memory. Because with weird execution, since they've proven that they can control your program by controlling all of memory, it kind of probably follows that even if you
12-hour reactive time.
Start my day off with a 6-hour Prime video. Oops, guess I'm done for the day.
Day in the life. Watch the Prime video.
Quick snacks. Quick snacks.
Dude, I was thinking you should do a day in the life video, Trash, where it's just like, hey, day in the life at Netflix, arriving at 6 a.m., I'm gonna grind until noon. You know, quickly eat lunch, 5 minutes, grind until 4 p.m.
Shove food in my mouth.
Quickly, quick snack, grind until 9 p.m. You know, like it
just make it sound like Netflix is just grinding me to the ground.
I like how all of those like day in the life videos, I've never seen one where somebody does anything I would consider useful.
Yeah, that's why it's so funny.
They're exclusively, I'm just like, why is
That's why
anyone
they're
paying
so
this
good.
person? I'm like, I would fire this person immediately upon seeing this video. I'd just be
I
like,
think they all
thank
got
you for the
fired.
video, and you're fired.
I think that's exactly what happened.
Oh, okay. All right.
I
good.
think
You've
if
never
I
been
had
a
the, I'm pretty
personality
sure.
hire. You have to do the actual work. Some of us are hired as personality hires.
Okay.
My job is to walk around the office
I
and
see.
crack some jokes. You want to go on a coffee walk? Hey, what's going on over here?
I
I'm not
see.
there to get work done. I'm there to raise the vibe.
It's called
You're a morale hire.
master. Sorry, scrum master.
Scrum master. Yeah.
All right, guys, I hate to do this to you, but I have to be right back.
Oh my
You have to
god,
pee-pee?
dude.
Are you joking?
Every time. It's like, hey guys, let's get the stand-up started. By the way, I gotta go get my tacos.
Anyways, sorry. All right, Casey, or Beacon,
Yes.
who kicks us off for this one?
You do, Prime. You're the
Right,
host of
you
the show.
do.
You're
You're the
welcome to stand up. We've got a great show today. How many times?
This is literally...
The only way Prime will do the intro is you say, I want to do the intro. He goes, no, then I have to do it.
Okay.
If you let him do it, he's like,
All right.
Hit me.
All right,
Hit me,
enough
Prime.
about all this misinformation and everything. We need to start the stand-up today.
Whoopsie.
12-hour reactive time.
Start my day off with a 6-hour Prime video. Oops, guess I'm done for the day.
Day in the life. Watch the Prime video.
Quick snacks.
What the fuck is his name?
Quick snacks. Dude, I was thinking you
Oh
should
my
do a
god,
day in the
Ryan.
life video.
Fuck, my bad. Sorry.
Alright, guys, I hate to do this to you, but I have to be right back.
Oh my god,
Are
dude.
you joking?
Every time. It's like, hey guys, let's get the stand-up started. By the way, I gotta go get my tacos.
Anyways, sorry. Alright, Casey. Or Vegan, who kicks us off for this one?
You do, Prime. You're the
Right,
host of the
you
show.
do.
You say, welcome to Stand Up. We've got a great show today. How many times?
This is literally...
The only way Prime will do the intro is you say, I want to do the intro. He goes, no, then I have to do it.
Okay.
If you let him do it, he's like...
Alright.
Hit me.
Alright,
Hit me,
enough
Prime.
about all this misinformation and everything. We need to start the stand-up today. As always, we have Trash Dev, the king of TypeScript, Casey, the king of amazing rant, and Vegan. Also, Creativity, king of, as always, we have Trash Dev, the king of TypeScript, Casey, the king of amazing rant, and Vegan. Also, Creativity cured my erectile dysfunction. Alright, so now that we have that all out of the way, today we're going to be talking about the big oops, a 35-year mistake. This is a talk. Casey, you gave a talk at Better Software, right? I think it's called Better Software.
Yeah, Better Software Conference.
And it was a 2.5-hour talk. So we're
Well,
obviously
it was
not...
a 2-hour talk. There was a half-hour Q&A, so it's 2-hour talk.
Okay. What was the Q&A like? Yo, so OP not that great? And you're like, yeah, bro. And that's like that.
Well, the talk is very historic. It has a lot of history in it. It's more of sort of a showing how things played out over, sort of the years from the 1950s up until the 1990s. And so most of the talk is about that historical context. So that was more like the Q&A was partially about that and partially about, some specifics of what happened there. The talk is not really about object-oriented programming in a, it's not trying to be like you should or shouldn't do this kind of a thing. It's actually just really trying to be a historical talk to give you some idea of there's this one particular thing I sort of tracked throughout history and showed kind of how it evolved. And it's really more about focusing on that and understanding how it happened, because I think there's a lot of misconceptions about how these things happened, and I wanted to illuminate that. And so I never really got into the OOP, I'm pretty critical of OOP as a programming model, but the talk was not about that. So I didn't spend 30 minutes bashing on various OOP topics. That's for another day, right? This was just about sort of the history, and I kind of wanted it to be for everybody, including people who like object-oriented programming. I didn't want them to not be able to watch this talk because it left a bad taste in their mouth or something, right? So that's how I put it together.
Hey, Zeke, did you pull the latest changes?
The schema diff says that you removed all the foreign key constraints from the database?
Yeah, I refactored those away.
You refactored the constraints away. Don't worry, we use TDD. First, no we. Second, why did you remove the foreign keys? Pretty obvious. Tariffs. Do you even know what tariffs are? It's a tax imposed by the government on goods and services imported from another country. They serve as a trade barrier, raising prices and could potentially reduce the available quantities for business and consumer. This was not how I pictured using Instant Restore.
Fine, but don't come crying to me when the IRS comes.
And you're just figure out all of that stuff. To be honest,
So I actually have a question, because one thing I thought was, I love any type of history about programming language. It's always interesting, so I was learning a ton. And also, it's kind of mind-blowing to think about, you were there before C++, so you were probably there on C++ launch night. Was it like a line at Micro Center, or what was it? What was it like when they dropped C++? Because the internet must have been going crazy.
Well, I would have been 4 years old or something. So I don't know, I remember holding my dad's hand in the line at Micro Center when C++ came out. We almost didn't get a copy, but then somebody couldn't pay, so they had one left in return. Yeah, I don't know.
That has to be good.
New programming language just dropped, bro.
It's a sequel to C. Haven't you played C?
It's a reboot. They're rebooting the genre, the C programming genre. So yeah, I don't know. I remember my dad started programming in C++, or was looking at it a little bit.
I'm not a fan of this
I
shit,
don't know,
honestly.
1980. like that. Like he I don't remember when, but like he had like an early C compiler from when he was working at Digital Equipment Corporation. So like I did kind of see it vaguely around a time when it started getting more popularity, but not when it.
Welcome to the Daily Rant. Yes, it's 4 a.m. and it's time to discuss. The topic of today is abstraction layer. I'm going to be asking, what the hell? I'm talking, yes, it's a discussion in X. This is what we do here. We enter into X, I decided the topic, and we discuss it here with you guys, alright? So, and I think this is an important topic because if you don't know what an abstraction layer is, it's basically whatever it makes something easier for you to swallow it and be able to do something with it, right? It's like, people may say it's like the tractor for farming, right? Although I don't think that's an analogy. Or it's certain programming languages for coding, or frameworks for coding, right? Or AI, isn't it? Okay, so, let's just jump right into it. And let's go here again. This is not working, and you may say, hey, why you do not prepare your OBS? Because it's all about, god damn it, hold up, copy the link, put it here, and boom, we got it. Alright, let's make some zoom, and here we are. Alright? So the first thing I want to talk about is not this. We'll talk about this. We're going to go to the freaking, where are my bookmarks? Where are my bookmarks? Here, alright. So, here, let's talk about this little lady over here, Lori Wyred. You never heard of this lady? Smart female, alright? And she's saying, I'm convinced that a large percentage of programmers don't actually like computers, and the side effects are also perfectly happy to throw away the reasoning to a model as soon as they can. And I don't get it at all. Don't you like understanding the magic of the machine? Do you realize hand programming? I hate that I didn't have to precise hand programming. And people all over the place are saying, it was fun to program in the assembly until C appeared. It was fun to program in C until Java appeared. Yes. Again, that's exactly what who this girl is referring to. And I think basically these statements goes back to probably early 2010, maybe 2008, with the Facebook boom, the startup boom, the programming, the development boom, where everybody wanted to be Mark Zuckerberg, right? Everybody wanted to know how to develop these sites that will rise millions of dollars. Or everybody would like to work for Facebook, Google, Instagram at the time, X, and or Twitter, and any other company on the planet that was software. And people was, like, if you go to universities, everybody was in software engineering, systems engineering, and what it was, computer science. Everybody was around this, right? When I studied back in 2008, I was with 60 people. The first year, 30 people withdrew because it was kind of like it was mathematical band, physics, electromagnetic waves, and circuits, stuff like that, right? Those were the first year, like the filter. And I noticed like they start to kind of lower down the bar so everybody could stay in the university. And on top of that, outside of myself, which yes, I'm good, there was another dude that is one of my best friends, another dude that was my other good friend, and I actually built a company with. And then maybe 2 or 3 guys, and the rest don't even know how to code a loop. I don't know how they pass the programming course, but they have no idea what a loop is, how to allocate a variable, what recursiveness is, what the stack or they don't have no freaking idea how to program anything. And most of them don't even work at per se software jobs. They have some management jobs around software. And that's what most people do. You know, let's go back to look at surfing to the eye. That's what most people do. Most people integrate. So let's talk about this over here. I didn't bookmark it, so let's talk about it. So most people just integrate. They use frameworks, they use libraries, they use gems. So well done that all you need to put is brick over brick and over brick and over brick, and maybe there is some some stuff between each brick, but it's very little. The technique is super easy to apply to, right? So you're not actually developing or programming, you're most like integrating, and that's the abstraction layer. So why did appear, you may ask? Why something like Ruby on Rails appear, or Node with Express or Next.js or React or Angular? Why those things appear? Why do you think those things were developed by Facebook or Google, you may ask? Just ask yourself that question. Did you ask your question? Okay, so
what the fuck is that?
Why? Because these people were hiring a lot of people, and they needed to, speed up their learning curve. And to build something like you can do with Angular or React with JavaScript alone, it's not that it's hard. It's that you need to care about a lot of things. And React and Angular are just not just to give you the framework. You just need to worry about 90% of things. Just use this framework, and boom, you can develop nice web interface with nice interactions, right? What do ORMs do for databases? They just give you some certain queries that are the 90% of things that you're going to use, and you don't have to worry about how to connect to the database, how to properly manage the pool, nothing. You just need to model that all, and you have all the freaking products, for example, So that's what abstractions layer do. So if you are bound, if you never program without a framework, bro, you're probably not a programmer, all right? And this is not saying, hey, you're stupid. No, believe me, I do not believe you're stupid. Not yet. Just go ahead, pick up, high-level language like C, or maybe C, or maybe just C, and try to do something, right? And learn how to handle the beautifulness of programming. All right? So, because let's go back and let's take a look at this beautiful chart right here. Pre-AI, mid-dev is not there, it's skill, but post-AI, the mid-dev is actually below AI. Why? Because you're integrating, and honestly, AI is quite good integrating. But the top dev, bro, we have been enabled. Because I know where and where not to use AI, and still love time programming in the rows.
What?
Although this is actually more aesthetic chart, like pre-AI, nice people, annoying people, post-AI, nice people, same level, annoying people, go beyond the chart. This is just, oh my god. Okay, and this is another thing. This is a guy that has built something, and now he's saying that the point is, if you control the ideas of your solver, looking at the code itself is still optimal and not pointless. And this is sad. As the guy says, it's really sad that programmers stop learning about the craft from the functional ideas. Focusing on the ideas is like focusing on the final product. When you focus on the final product, you lose everything, and you will easily lose motivation, because what it really matters is the journey. Now let's go back to our main journey.
That is really fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid. How are you supposed to review it? Bro, it's... You just fucking review it. The consequences of not reviewing 5,000 lines of code that an AI made are way outweigh the benefits. It's unreliable, dude. Like, you... It's no good if the LLM makes a code base that collapses after a year, 2 years. Right?
Let's go back to our main here. Let's discuss these 2 minutes what I believe about this. And then here I'm going to get a little weird because life has gotten quite weird. So if you use models to build art, you will notice something that you're not learning. You will notice that the thing will never look as you expected, right? Unless you can download it and edit it yourself. But just by prompting, you will never get it. And when you focus on the product, there's no art because there is no struggle, right? And when you focus on the product, you probably will leave things 90% done and you will never finish stuff. Because you need to care about the process, not about the final product. The final product is your objective, but if you only focus on that, you will never progress. It's like in a sport. Like most, I'm sorry I talk about tennis because I like tennis, right? So most tennis players focus on, hey, I want to play Wimbledon. Right, yeah, but you need to train. You need to polish every single aspect of your game. And that hurts. That is a struggle. You have pain. Your knees will hurt. Your elbow will hurt. Your hips will hurt. Everything in your body will hurt because you're training your ass out so you can beat people in the court to play a massive tournament. And then you will have losses. Those hurt the most. You will lose against people that they're probably not as good in technique. Like they're not as good as you think. Like you think they're lower than you in skill, but hey, they know some other aspects of the game, the tactics, for example, and they will beat you out like it's nothing. Because you haven't polished everything. And this also goes beyond that. Like, we're entering a really weird sport, a really weird spot in life because they're trying to generalize everything and they're trying to strip you from existential value. Do you want to have kids? Are you young? Do you want to have kids? Most people this day will say no, or a certain generation will say no. Why? Like, what else will give you existential value if it's not transcendence? What it's not leaving something behind that is alive, that carries your genes, and if you do it well, you will carry on. Do you want to marry? So you can have kids in a proper way in terms of like having a safe environment to raise your kids so they can transfer not only carry your genes but your principles and values. Or even worse, do you want a house? Like every day there's pushing like don't buy land, just rent. Like maybe it makes sense economically, but not existentially. Because believe me, having a house, having a place is important for men, for women, for kids. Sustainability, having a piece of land where you can grow your stuff, where you can have your animals. That's very beautiful. But these days, people don't even know how to grow their own crop. They don't have even a garden. And if you go back to the tractor analogy, a tractor won't help you grow healthy crops. It won't. You won't even use a tractor in your 10 by 10 garden. Doesn't make sense. The same way it doesn't make sense to use frameworks for a lot of projects, or certain languages for a lot of projects if you know the basics. No matter if you have a tractor and factory and every single machine in the freaking catalog of John Deere, you will never be able to grow your crops because you need the basics. You need to learn how to program, right? That's the whole point. The journey, learning the course, so you can do more when you have the correct tools to expand. That's what I believe. 13 minutes, that's a lot. Hey, guys, see you mañana.
I mean, the first part of designing an API is picking a cool project name, right? It has to have zero connections to what it actually does. You will have to drag me kicking and screaming to the full modern C++. It's going to be private, so people can't touch it. You know, we don't want anyone touching our state, because it's our state. So C++, why would you even bother? We're already in hell. Like, we're just trying to put lipstick on a pig. No one's going to hot plug memory into your machine as the app runs. You start the medical program, it takes some memory, and this is mine. We are done here talking about memory. We are gathered here today with Anton Mikhailov to discuss and workshop the C++ API, meaning the function level. This is going to be our chat where I will throw a problem at Anton and together we're going to walk through some various API designs. So, Anton, say hello to the chat. Hello. Hello, chat. Hello, everybody. Just FYI, I don't know what Lukash basically gave me a problem, but I was like, oh, I should probably prepare, but I actually haven't had time to prepare. So we're gonna kind of freewheel it. I am sure that this episode will have tons of comments in the YouTube section. What could be done differently, and because of return value optimization, you can actually do this and this and that. So C++ 17, we'll get it. So the problem for today is not from the gated area. Because if we were to do ECS, we're gonna be like opinion land for majority of the time. So maybe entity component system we're gonna do later on. Today we're gonna do something that is not at all related to games. And it's actually from the medtech world. In medical world, there is this process called image registration, which has nothing to do with signups and sign-ins and users. It has to do with two images. If you have a CT image of liver and then a month later patient will come in and will take another CT image, you will have these images slightly moved. So what you need to do is to perform image registration. Take two images. One is called fixed image and one is moving image. Find a transformation matrix that will twist and scale one image into another. So basically what we start from is a function call that is supposed to accept two images and return a 3D matrix. I mean, the first part of designing an API is picking a cool project name, right? It has to have zero connections to what it actually does. Short, sweet, kind of like OpenAI. Meta register. No, that's too close. Too long. Meta-reg. A meta? Yeah. A meta is okay. Meta. I think here I would like to focus on passing parameters and returning stuff. What do we actually return? Because over years, from like first C and C++, there has been sort of like styles of API developed. I would like to explore them. You're supposed to accept two images and return a 3D matrix. I mean, I guess the first question is like, the way I like to think about it is start with something that like C could do, and then if there's something useful that C++ can add for a particular thing, then I sort of add that stuff. But otherwise, I would, we'll talk about return values in a second, but I'd probably just start with like register images, and then it's like image, key. And then I would give it a map for something like this is kind of where my mind usually goes to start. And then, typically this is going to be like your error code, and this would be like your meta ref or something. And so you would type def get ref, right? And so, or you can, just do, and then it's like
really great for your servers, right? Because that way, when you're off in production, you have a way to be able to turn on the complete and proper set of debugging instrumentation and know exactly what the problem is. And if you're not good and adept at that, you won't know why something is breaking. One of the worst possible solutions in production is when you have to create what's happening, on the server, on your local machine to know why it's breaking. I think that's really, really, really hard. And so, to me, that's it's a different problem. It's a different problem in different scope. And so I think a lot of people are used to one way or the other. And I totally get why people like debuggers. Right? People love debuggers. I think a lot of times it's also based on the complexity. Like, the stuff that he worked on is vastly different than the stuff I work on. Right? There is no such thing as a shader. The amount of complexity and things that I'm working on is extremely small in comparison. And so, is it faster, worse? Is it better? What is it? JavaScript is not like this continuously running debuggable environment like he's talking about. It's not quite the same world that that we live in here. But it's interesting, And so a very good thing is to know how to debug what's going wrong in production when you need to. What did he work on? John Carmack, what did he work on? You need to get the hell out of the chat, buddy? You need to get out? You want to get the hell out of the startup? Coming at me with that who's John Carmack talk? I'm going to leave this both feet fly through space, and they're going to land betwixt your shoulders. Okay, I'm going to drop kick you if you keep this up. Clean out of the startup.
I mean, a debugger is how you get a view into a system that's too complicated to understand. I mean, anybody that thinks just read the code and think about it, that's an insane statement.
That is an insane statement. You can't just read the code and think about it. There's no way that you can do that. But again, logging is an important aspect of debugging. That's different for different things. Yeah.
You can't even read all the code on a big system. You have to do experiments on the system. And doing that by adding log statements, recompiling, and rerunning it is an incredibly inefficient way of doing it. I mean, yes, you can always get things done even if you're working with stone knives and, and bear skins. That is the mark of a good programmer, is that given any tools, you will figure out a way to get it done.
I do like my bear skins and my stone knives. Sir? But again, it's still very, very different. Like, I don't have, an equal here when it comes to, what I'm developing at Netflix, or it's just, not even a thing, right? It's I can't, what he is saying, I can't even, do. You know what I mean? I have to run it. I have to compile it. I have to go. It's always compiling. It's just like a go. And it has to take the input and play it through. So replayability is a huge part of debugging for me. That's really where I put a lot of my emphasis on stuff, is in that area.
But it's amazing what you can do with sometimes much, much better tools, where instead of just going through this iterative compile, run, debug cycle, you have the old Lisp direction of you've got a repo and you're working interactively and doing amazing things there. But in many cases, a debugger has a very powerful user interface that can stop, examine all the different things in your program, set all these different breakpoints. And of course, you could do that with GDB or whatever there, but this is one of the user interface fundamental principles where when something is complicated to do, you won't use it very often. There's people that will break out GDB when they're at their wit's end and they just have beat their head against a problem for so long. But for somebody that kind of grew up in game dev, it's like they were running it in the debugger anyways before they even knew there was a problem, and you would just stop and see, what was happening. And sometimes you could fix things even before you did one compile cycle. You could be in the debugger and you'd say, well, I'm just going to change this right here, and yep, that did the job, and fix it and go on.
And for people who don't know,
GDB is cool though. RGB. GDB is good. I've always wanted to get better and better at GDB because I feel like that's like the end game of like knowing your stuff. I kind of know it a little bit here, a little bit there. You know what I mean? I'm okay at it. The Grand Dick Debugger? Yes, that's what it stands for.
B is also popular, I guess, Linux debugger, primarily for C++.
They handle most of the languages, but it's it's based on C as the original kind of Unix heritage.
And it's kind of like command line. It's not user friendly. It doesn't allow for clean visualizations. And you're exactly right. So that you're using this kind of debugger usually when you're at wit's end and there's a problem that you can't.
I mean, I agree. It's not as pretty as like the Chrome debugger or IntelliJ's nice debugger. I assume he uses VS Code, or not VS Code, but Visual Studios. And so Visual Studios, I assume, is probably is prettier, right? When they say not friendly, a lot of times what it comes down to is the fact that you can see your changed variables, your stack trace, your code. You have like a lot of options for what you can see. I just don't really have like a huge need for it. You know what I mean?
And figure out why by just looking at the code, so you have to find it. That's how I guess normal programmers use it. But you're saying there should be tools that kind of visualize and help you as part of the programming process, just a normal programming process to understand the code deeper.
Yeah, when I'm working on like my C++ code, I'm always running it from the debugger. Just I type in the code, I run it many times. The first thing I do after writing code is set a breakpoint and step through the function. Now other people will say it's like, oh, I do that in my head. Well, your head is a faulty interpreter of all those things there, and I've written brand new code. I want to step in there and I'm going to single step through that, examine lots of things, and see if it's actually doing what I expected it to.
It is a kind of companion, the debugger. Like you're now coding in an interactive way with another being. The debugger is a kind of dumb being, but it's a reliable being. That is an interesting question of what role does AI play in that kind of.
I think this is pre-Chat GPT 3, right? Yeah. So a lot of times, whenever I'm doing something, this is kind of an interesting take also here, which is whenever I'm programming any sufficiently complicated function. Anything that's really kind of difficult for me to be able to do first try. So I think of like a classic example is like, how do you CSV generation. It's not an easy problem. It's not an easy problem to create a CSV. And so with that in mind, when I'm doing my stuff, I'm going to create unit tests around that and program against it, right? And so as I create the whole thing, I then create a unit test, make sure that I've done the happy path correct, think of one or two things that aren't good, and program against that. And as something breaks, inevitably, I use that as a mechanism for remembering that this thing broke this way, or even more so, I will sometimes use unit tests as a way to develop when it's just too complicated to try to run that thing any other way. Now, some people might call this TDD, but it's not quite TDD because I've finished the implementation and I'm just using it as a way to validate and test it quickly. And then I delete that test often because it's just me using it in various ways. And then I try to formulate a test that's more reasonable. You know what I mean? Yes, 2020, BC, before the new BC is now moved all the way to 2020.
With codecs and these kind of ability to generate code, you might start having tools that understand the code in interesting, deep ways that can work with you.
There's a whole spectrum there from static code analyzers and various kind of dynamic tools there up to AI that can conceivably grok these programs that literally no human can understand. They're too big, too intertwined, and too interconnected, but it's not beyond the possibility of understanding. It's just beyond what we can hold in our heads as kind of mutable state while we're working on things. And I'm a big proponent, again, of things like static analyzers and some of that stuff where you'll find some people that don't like being scolded by a program for how they've written something, where it's like, oh, I know better, and sometimes you do.
It's called Rust, okay? That's why we all use Rust, all right? We all use Rust because we're not sadomasochists. We're actually people that we want strong static, analysis. I know better that I'm not that smart. And by the way, I just have to be able to figure out any way I can bring in Rust into this, okay? I just have to know, like this is one of those moments. This is a clear moment. I saw the opportunity. I brought it in.
do, but that was something that it was very, very valuable for me when, and not too many people get an opportunity like this to have. This is almost one of those spiritual experiences as a programmer, an awakening to the id Software code bases were a couple million lines of code, and at one point I had used a few of the different analysis tools, but I made a point to really go through and scrub the code base using every tool that I could find. And it was eye-opening, where we had a reputation for having some of the most robust, strongest code, where there were some, great things that I remember hearing.
That's a great reputation. Like, who wouldn't want that like, how would you like to know that when people use your code or use your stuff, that the way they say it is, oh yeah, that's like the best code out there. Like, if I'm going to have to integrate with anybody, I want to integrate. I love that. That's what I want in my life. I want more of that.
Were probably literally hardware errors, and then you have other, on Xbox, and we had this tiny number that they said were probably literally hardware errors, and then you have other significant titles that just have millions of faults that are getting recorded all the time. So I was proud of our code on a lot of levels, but when I took this code analysis squeegee through everything, it was shocking how many errors there were in there. Things that you could say, okay, this was a copy paste, not changing something right here. Lots of things that were, the most common problem was something in a printf format string that was the wrong data type that could cause crashes there. And
that I have print myself way too many times in my lifetime to dang, it gets me.
You really want the warnings for things like that. Then the next most common was missing a check for null that could actually happen, that could blow things up. And those are obviously like top C++ things. Everybody has those problems. But the long tail of all of the different little things that could go wrong there, and we had good programmers in my own code, stuff that I'd be looking at. It's like, oh, I wrote that code. That's definitely wrong. We've been using this for a year, and it's this submarine, this mine sitting there waiting for us to step on. And it was humbling. It was, and I reached the conclusion that anything that can be syntactically allowed in your language, if it's going to show up eventually in a large enough code base. You're not going to, good intentions aren't going to keep it from happening. You need automated tools and guardrails for things. And those...
I like this take a lot. Like, I know we'll probably disagree on the debugger thing, or really, I don't even think we disagree. I think we're just in different environments. It's just like not really an option. A lot of the things he's talking about for me to run.
I've preached that.
This idea of being able to run additional tooling on top of your code to say that you are correct, that's why I've said multiple times this new like Copilot X thing coming up. The fact that it does not have a hey, these could be problems in your code blows my mind. Right? Like that is they've integrated it with GitHub, and they do like unit test generation. I don't want it writing unit tests. I want to really think about my unit tests. I don't want to generate just crap. I don't want it to alert me that I don't have enough testing. I want it to tell me where have I messed up that's not caught by the language, like something my own dumb self has done, right? Like to me, that is like the greatest possible use of AI in programming, and that's like the one they're not doing. That is the best thing. It blows me away. Honestly, it blows me away.
Start with things like static types or even type hints in the more dynamic languages, but the people that rebel against that basically say that slows me down doing that. There's something to that. I get that. I've written, I've cobbled things together in a notebook. I'm like, wow, this is great that it just happened, but yeah, that's kind of sketchy, but it's working fine. I don't care. It does come back to that value analysis where sometimes it's right to not care. But when you do care, if it's going to be something that's going to live for years and it's going to have other people working on it, and it's going to be deployed to millions of people, then you want to use all of these tools. You want to be told, it's like, no, you screwed up here, here, and here. And that does require kind of an ego check about things, where you have to be open to the fact that everything that you're doing is just littered with flaws. It's not that, oh, you occasionally have a bad day. It's just whatever stream of code you output, there's going to be a statistical regularity of things that you just make mistakes on.
Feels good, too, doesn't it? Oh man, especially like right now I'm kind of having what, we've jokingly referred to as like, it's just like my tool's kind of being used a bunch at my job now, my latest tool. And a lot of people are using it. And dude, I get like 1 or 2 reports a day like, hey, it doesn't work this way. Hey, this thing broke it. Hey, this one thing you didn't expect this output from the server. Because, I'm hobbling together like 7 different services to do output. And dude, I just get bamboozled by all sorts of things I didn't know existed, right? Just constantly.
And I do think there's the whole argument about test-driven design and unit testing versus kind of analysis and different things. I am more in favor of the analysis and the stuff that just like you can't run your program until you fix this, rather than you can run it.
By the way, that was obviously a Rust reference. know, we all know.
And hopefully a unit test will catch it in some way.
Yeah, in my private code, I have asserts everywhere.
Yeah.
It just, there's something pleasurable to me about sort of the dictatorial rule of like, this should be true at this point. And too many times, I've made mistakes that shouldn't have been made. And I would assume I wouldn't be the kind of person that would make that mistake, but I keep making that mistake. Therefore, an assert really catches me, really helps all the time. So my code, I would say like 10 to 20% of my private code, just for personal use, is probably asserts.
And they're active.
I do like that. I really do feel like I need to try using more asserts. I don't really assert. Like, I do feel like there's something to that just seems like such a good move, and yet I don't do it. You're gonna assert these nuts? Where are you gonna assert them at?
Comments. That's one of those things that in theory they don't make any difference to the program, and if it was all operating the way you expected it would be, then they will never fire. But even if you have it right and you wrote the code right initially, then circumstances change. The world outside your program changes. And in fact, that's one of the things where I'm kind of fond in a lot of cases of static array size declarations, where I went through this period where it's like, okay, now we have general collection classes, we should just make everything variable. Because I had this history of, in the early days, you get Doom, which had some fixed limits on it, then everybody started making crazier and crazier things, and they kept bumping up the different limits, this many lines, this many sectors, and it seemed like a good idea. Well, we should just make this completely generic. It can go up to whatever. And there's cases where that's the right thing to do, but it also, the other aspect of the world changing around you is it's good to be informed when the world has changed more than you thought it would. And if you've got a continuously growing collection, you're never going to find out. You might have this quadratic.
That's a really good. It is very interesting, right? Like, to be able to always define your bounds. Like, what can something not exceed? And if it's exceeding it, why is it exceeding it? This video is in 1.25.
Slow down on something where you thought, oh, I'm only ever going to have a handful of these, but something changes and there's a new design style, and all of a sudden you've got 10,000 of them. So I kind of like, in many cases, picking a number, some nice round power of 2 number, and setting it up in there and having an assert saying, it's like, hey, you hit this limit. You should probably think, are the choices that you've made around all of this still relevant if somebody's using 10 times more than you thought they would?
Yeah, this code was originally written with this kind of worldview, with this kind of set of constraints. You were thinking of the world in this way. If something breaks, that means you got to rethink the initial stuff, and it's nice for it to do that. Is there any stuff like keyboard or?
I wonder how well that works in the web world. Right, like, you can't assert things in production, but you need a way to be able to run enough things to be able to know that, because right, like, you can't just explode you can't just take down your servers. It's interesting.
Yeah, I'm fairly pedestrian on a lot of that, where I did move to triple monitors like in the last several years ago. I had been dual monitor for a very long time, and it was one of those things where probably years later than I should have, I'm just like, well, the video cards now generally have 3 output ports. I should just put the 3rd monitor up there. That's been a pure win. I've been very happy with that. But no, I don't have fancy keyboard or mouse or anything. Really
the key things is an IDE that has.
I always feel like that argument for multiple monitors, it always just comes down to one thing: how efficient are you at moving within your operating system? For me, I'm a 1 monitor person. I will always probably be a 1 monitor person because it's just a single key press to do that. Which for me, it feels easier than looking somewhere else, focusing, getting the point, and doing, and using it the same way. I'd rather just do this because for me, that's easy. I don't know. I've always been a 1 monitor kind of person. I have 2 computers. I only have a 2nd computer because I stream. It's not because I have 2 computers. When I'm at my day job, I'm just doing that, and I just play my music right here. I'm on YouTube, doing whatever on YouTube. There we go. This is fantastic. And then when I'm done, I'm just right back here. I'm just working. And when I want to change something, I just hop back over to it. i3, yeah, I know. A window manager is really good. A window manager is really, really good. And I think people sleep on how good a window manager is.
Helpful debuggers has helpful tools. So it's not the Emacs Vim route and then Diecode.
Yeah. So I did spend, I spent one of my week-long retreats where I'm like, okay, I'm going to make myself use, it was actually Classic VI, which I know people would say you should never have done that, you should have just used Vim directly. But, I gave it the good try. It's like, okay, I'm being in kind of classic Unix development.
Should have went with Vim. VI is too old. It's not quite, it misses a lot of good motions. is why I don't really like VI. There's a lot of motions and ways you can manipulate text that are just so much better with Vim.
Developer mode here, and
I use
I worked for a week on it. I used
NeoVim.
Anki to like teach myself the different little key combinations for things like that.
Right.
And at the end, it was just like, all right, this was kind of like my Civil War reenactment phase. You know, it's like I'm going out there doing it like they used to in the old days, and it was kind of fun
You're
in that
offending
regard.
so many people right now.
But
They're
it was
screaming as they're listening to this.
So again, the out is that this is not.
Yeah, I mean, I am offended, okay? I am genuinely offended, okay? I don't program in the oldie days, okay? I like Tmux. I want to use Tmux because I think it's just the best. The fact that I can do that, this is fantastic. To be able to jump in here and just hit that chat stack, right? Like, look how good that was, okay? To be able to go back here and go to that cargo chatter that we're building, right? The ability just to swap between these two projects with, you know, just,
modern Vim, but still, yes, I was very happy to get back to my Visual Studio at the end.
Yeah, I struggle with this a lot because so I use a Kinesis keyboard and I use Emacs primarily. And I feel like I can, exactly as you said, I can understand the code, I can navigate the code. There's a lot of stuff you can build within Emacs with using Lisp. You can customize a lot of things for yourself to help you introspect the code, like to help you understand the code and visualize different aspects of the code. You can even run debuggers, but it's work. And the world moves past you, and the better and better ideas are constantly being built. And that puts a kind of, I need to take the same kind of retreat as you're talking about, but now I'm still fighting the Civil War. I need to kind of move.
So I did do it. You guys saw it. I did a week long in VS Code, right? I decided to lay down my musket and try out one of these new fancy Armalite rifle platforms. It was horseshit. Solid. Yeah, I spent a lot of time setting up VS Code. It just works. No, it actually doesn't. You gotta set up quite a few things. And then you're playing this game of finding options, and all the options are crazy to find, just like Vim. Except for, it's just not quite the same, you know? It's just not quite the same.
Into the 21st century.
And it does seem like the world is, or a large chunk of the world is moving towards Visual Studio Code, which is kind of interesting to me. Again, it's the JavaScript ecosystem on the one hand.
I used Harpoon, and I did use Harpoon, by the way. I used Harpoon in VS Code. I was using it. I was loving it. Okay? I still hate it.
And IDEs are one of those things that you want to be infinitely fast. You want them to just kind of immediately respond. And like, I mean, heck, there's someone I know, an old school game dev guy that still uses Visual Studio 6. And on a modern computer, everything is just absolutely instant on something like that because it was made to work on a computer that's 10,000 or 100,000.
This is why I like using Vim, right here. This is the statement. That's why I like it, is because I don't want to have to be in here and having to play this game of like, why isn't my stuff loading? Why is my LSP taking so dang long? Like, I just want things to feel really crispy. You know what I mean? That's why I use it, because I don't like that feeling that VS Code gives me. It just drives me nuts.
1,000 times slower. So
I am a glutton for performance. I love it.
Just everything happens immediately, and all the modern systems just feel, you know, they feel so crufty when it's like, oh, why is this refreshing the screen and moving around and updating over here and something blinks down there and you should update this, and there's, you know, there are things that we've lost with that incredible flexibility, but lots of people get tons of value from it, and I am super happy that seems to be winning over even a lot of the old Vim and Emacs people, that they're kind of like, hey, Visual Studio Code's maybe, you know, not so bad. That may be the final peacekeeping solution where everybody...
I would rather use Visual Studio. Real talk, I'd rather use Visual Studio. If you said, hey, do you want to use Visual Studio or VS Code, I would rather use Visual Studio. I'd rather use IntelliJ. At least IntelliJ, it takes like a minute to start up. It has to go crunch some indices for a while. It takes a long time to get set up, but once it's there, IntelliJ is fast. But it has to do a bunch of crunching. But at least after it's crunched, it is fast. And to me, that is really important, is that I want that smooth feeling. I want all that stuff. You don't get that with VS Code ever. It just never feels fast.
He is reasonably happy with
IntelliJ
something like
is
that.
good. I used IntelliJ for 2 years. I really tried to love and learn IntelliJ, and I really did. I used it for quite some time. And then I moved over. I did Visual Studio. I've done IntelliJ, Sublime, VS Code, Atom, Vim, NeoVim, Emacs, DoomMax, SpaceMax. I've tried so many gosh dang editors. You know what I mean? I've tried so many. IntelliJ's tooling is absolutely great. Yeah, it is very, very good. IntelliJ is really good.
Yo, bro, you Lando? You Lando, bro? Yo, I love the music, man. Yo, I love the music. That for me? Bro, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yeah.
Home Gunner, I'm watching your stream.
Wait, say my name again. Say my name again. Oh, thank you.
Home Gunner, I'm watching your stream.
People ask me how.
Hartelijke groeten aan iedereen. Herzlich.
You're seeing on the... Why did you do that? Why would you do that to me when you know how I feel about that? Why did...
Okay, yeah, we can throw arrows, right? Yeah, we can throw arrows.
Okay, so Jonathan Below made this man quit his job for real. All right, let's listen to this.
What would I say to someone starting their programming career at a web company using JavaScript? Okay, I'm very serious about this.
Okay, so every single person who is listening is pretty much just got called out and is ready to get stomped on. Okay, so everybody, are you ready? Are you ready?
Find a better job immediately.
Get wrecked.
Immediately where you are not using JavaScript, because this will affect your long-term development as a programmer. The beginning of your career, when you're young and have a lot of energy, is very important. You need to use it effectively because it'll determine your trajectory for the rest of your life. Okay?
I actually really like this take. I know JavaScript is recommended as the beginner's language, but there is something very valuable about struggling. I remember my first couple years were spent on robots, and there was a lot of struggle. It's where I learned and loved printf debugging. It's where I developed a lot of the ways I do things now is because of it. There's definitely some very good parts to this that he's absolutely right on. Your desire and your ability to push through difficult things is definitely going to be proportional to how excited you are, and people typically are more excited when they're young. Just real talk. You genuinely are more excited when you're young than when you're older. Not saying that's always true for everybody, I think we can agree that that's generally true.
If you start a career at a company that gives you mediocre things to do, you're going to turn yourself into a mediocre web programmer. That's just what happens, okay? You need to go outside that. Do anything. Go work at SpaceX. Go intern at SpaceX and bring people fucking coffee. That'll be better for your career long term than doing web development at a web company, okay?
That is a bold ass statement. I want to think about that more because I think I mean, generally I understand the logic, which is the more challenging and the more difficult the things you have to solve on the daily, the more you're going to rise to the occasion. I think that makes sense. SpaceX is known for being intensely difficult, so I get the idea. Like I'm definitely not dunking on his idea. Now I know some people they just hate the Elon, so they can't hear the concept, right? They hear the word Elon, and they're just like, like I don't care, and so I can and they're just like I don't care, and so I can try to eat the bones here. It's just a different way of saying that you should always be the dumbest person in the room. Sort of. That's a very hard. I've never liked that phrase either. I've never liked the phrase, like, don't be the smartest person in the room or be the dumbest person in the room or whatever, because inevitably it leads to all rooms being empty. Meaning that people will constantly use, like, how often are you, if you are the smartest person in the room, should you quit? Well, the problem is that, I mean, think about all the, the problem with that statement is that no place could ever survive purely on that mentality. Right? Once you become the best, you just have to move on. Now, I just typically am just the dumbest by the sheer dint of who I am. Nonetheless, Jonathan Blow, you can't really make fun of him for using Windows. He also was using, he was a heavy Unix man in the 80s and early 90s. So I don't think you're going to win that argument per se. Just saying.
Again, my rant about imposter syndrome is it's not... So there is a real psychological effect called imposter syndrome, but that's not what everybody on the internet is talking about, right?
Ooh, I cannot wait for this. I cannot wait for Twitter shambles. Here we go, people. Twitter shambles. You're not even good enough to have imposter syndrome.
People on the internet seized that name and used it inappropriately for their accurate feeling that they don't know what they're doing at their job. Okay.
Did you just hear what he just said? The accurate feeling of you not knowing what you're doing because you are accurately because you are not you're not an imposter. You are just not qualified. Oh no. Diagnosis skill issue syndrome.
Okay. Most people are bad at their job and don't know what they're doing. That's not a syndrome. That's an accurate depiction of the situation. And so to pretend it's not true, people want to pretend it's not true that they're bad at their job. They want to pretend that they're actually good and it's just a mental issue. It's just confidence or something, right? No, it's just if you're bad at your job and your brain is telling you you're bad at your job, then just pay attention to that and try to figure out how to get better. The more
I actually really did like that take. That was honestly a really great take. If you think you're bad at your job, you should be trying to analyze which parts you're bad at and how to get better. Right? Like that's like just genuinely great advice. That's genuinely good ass advice. Go crack open a book, get better. And now I mean, it's shockingly great. The inverse of that also is that someone believed in you enough to hire you, to set you in that seat despite knowing your experience. Meaning that they think you can do it. So if you just put those two things together, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, you should be able to do this.
Time you spend working in that space of your approximation to the thing that you want. The more time you spend becoming an expert in the field of this specific application that you're making, the better you get at that subfield of programming. And the better you get at that subfield, the better your decision making about technical issues in that field is going to be. So if you make...
I do think that this completely goes away when we're talking about front-end frameworks because they keep inventing them. So they just keep getting better at creating more and more abstractions. So I'm not sure if that is always true. But I guess it is true. They are better at creating abstractions. But is it actually better? I don't know.
Hard decisions later, they will be made better both by a more skilled person and with more contextual information than if you make those hard decisions early on. Okay? So deferring these kind of decisions is actually important for good craftsmanship in some cases. It sounds paradoxical because you would think good craftsmanship is just you see a problem and you like relentlessly solve it whenever you see one, but I don't find it to work that way. For new programs,
I actually really like that take a whole bunch. There is something about just time in the saddle that is just one of the most important parts of your day job. Just seeing the same problem 4 times, you can do a really, 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 really good job your 4th time. And it also kind of goes to show that you should write software in such a way that you have to kind of plan for its longevity. Like if you know it's not going to be a super long piece of software, or you know you're going to have time to kind of rethink some of your assumptions, and then it's better to get the speed, to get the experience, to understand what you're building, than it is to just try to solve it correct the first time. You know, there's definitely a gambit you have to play here.
Programmers, what would I broadly say about choosing a career path in programming? The same thing I always say.
Not time in Seattle, time in the saddle. Okay, you don't want to spend any time in Seattle. Okay, you're gonna get mugged. You're gonna die.
Which is be careful what you choose, especially when you're very young, because when you're young, it's the time when you're really learning and the time when you're still defining yourself. I mean, you're always still defining yourself, but when you're young, you're especially doing that because you have less history behind you. And so if you go somewhere mediocre and you learn from people who are doing mediocre work, you're going to be defining yourself as someone who doesn't do things that are particularly good or particularly special. That's just reality. People don't like it when I say that way, but that just is what it is. That's what happens. If you're lucky, you can break yourself out of that later, but better never to be in that situation. So choose where you work and who you work with very carefully. Because there hasn't been selection.
That's a very, very good piece of advice right there. Honestly, I actually said no to a master's because I did not respect the person who was giving me a master's at a full ride, free everything, and I said no. And the reason was exactly that, which was that no matter what, you become like who you spend your time with. And so I wanted to be very careful about that. And so I am careful about who I spend my time with. And that's one of those things. Because no matter what, no matter how much you don't want it to be true, you will be like the people you surround yourself with. That's not true. What's not true? You don't ever become anything like, you don't become like the people you surround yourself with. Not true! I am smarter than Aristotle and Solomon and everybody else behind me who's ever existed who's written about this. You can decide. Good luck. Good luck with that one. It's your decision. Yeah, again, good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. Well, way to fight against, like, just collective human and wisdom for 3,000 years plus in writing. Yeah, Don't worry, I'm better than that one. This is what we refer to as a skill issue. Good luck, Steven. Good luck.
Pressure on programming culture. Whether or not you believe me about whether the current culture is right or not, you could at least expect that there's not that much reason for it to be right. There's like a very mild constraint that your program does kind of have to run, and that's a reality check, but that's getting looser all the time anyway. Like, look at how many more and more programmers are hired just to make a simple program run now, right? Like, people spend years at web companies working on individual web pages that are about the complexity of something I would program in BASIC when I was in high school in like a...
I mean, this is one of the problems of abstractions. We've tried to make everything abstract, everything fall into these various patterns, and we just don't do the obvious thing, which is the straightforward thing, which is just build the actual thing instead of building all these abstractions around it. Like, you don't have to have a generalized everything. Sometimes you can just build the thing.
Couple weeks or a week or something, right? It's just crazy at this point. I think it's still possible to pivot later.
Oh, we're back here. Okay, we're back here. This, whatever this graphic is, he has some spicy takes on whatever this graphic is.
On in life to try and pursue what you feel is your true passion, while taking a more financially stable choice in the present. No, I think people tell themselves all the time they're going to do that, and then they just age into their financially stable choice. That's just what happens. I think either you're willing to take risks or you're not. And your propensity for taking risks will only be reduced as you age. You'll never... You know, it's not like you get 10 years older and feel like way more radical than you did when you were 23. That's not how that works, okay?
It really doesn't.
When you're 43, you'll have way, way more reasons to be conservative than when you're 23. So if you don't learn to take risks now, you will not do it later. If you have...
That's also very good advice. Very few people are different than that. And there's always going to be a person that's like, I'm way more risk taking than I was when I was 23. Now that I'm 43, but typically, as you get older, you get more and more kind of you think about your choices, and maybe it's not even risk taking is the right term. Maybe you're just more wise to see that some risks aren't worth taking. Right? Some risks, as you get older, you'll go, oh yeah, that just doesn't make any sense. I'm better. And that's wisdom. I mean, that's just generally wisdom, right? Wisdom is not the ability to solve a tough problem, but knowing which tough problem to solve. That's like an easy way to state it. And so, like, there's always a tough problem. There's always a risk you can take, but which risk is the right risk to take? And obviously, having kids and family and other financial responsibilities, you know, you got to think a little bit more about it.
Have money of any magnitude, and you have a theory about how to do something productive, then you should invest that money in your own theory. Because,
I like it.
I mean, if you believe it has a good chance of being right, because you're most in control of that, and there are fewest middlemen skimming off of that, right? So the highest return comes from you investing that money in your own idea. So all these things, like putting it in an index fund or, you know, a mutual fund or whatever, or bonds, that's all...
You forgot housing.
For if you don't have an idea.
Yeah, that's fair.
Make any money. Which is fine for people who don't want to have an idea or don't want to take any risks, but if you do, there are better things to do. The people who...
I mean, that's not terribly bad advice. That's fine advice. If you don't want to take the risk yourself, and you'd rather try to put it into something that's more stable, and sure, there's different investments for each person. Index funds are for boomers. I mean, I get that people put their money into various types of funds. Each fund has a different level in it, but he is right. Like, if you want the greatest potential for every dollar you put in, it is like investing in yourself to create something that you believe is better than everybody else, right? Like, if you believe you can create the greatest version of Twitter, whatever that version is, right? I know there's always a new version of Twitter that's killing off Twitter. Twitter's dying this week. It's going under. Mastodon's gonna get it, right? I get it. But if you think you got that best one ever, it is better. It is better for the potential. Now, the realization's where it all goes wrong, right? That's where it all goes wrong. You might not realize anything and lose all your money. I realized negative dollars when I did my last startup. Potential, huge. Realization, negative. It hurts.
Do stuff that nobody else was doing because the other people talked themselves out of doing the thing, right? That's the secret that you have to know. Everybody is talking themselves out of success all the time. And I'm not trying to sound too self-help guru-y about that, because self-help people give me the creepies. But it's true. People talk themselves out of success, but you need to stand out from.
I like that. I like that last one. There's a typical phrase that I think is one of my favorite phrases I've ever heard, which is seizing defeat from the clutches of victory. Like, I do see this pretty regularly, and kids are just terrible at that. They'll be doing something right, and then just, like, can't help but to start doing the wrong thing. You're like, you got it, man. Just slow down. Just don't do it. It's just like, you can't even help it. You can't even help it. You just watch it. The Rust motto. It's the Rust motto. Rust literally has everything to do the right thing. They just gotta, what are you doing? What are you doing, Foundation? How did you create the craziest, just the craziest setup? Like, what are they doing? It's wild. Thank you, Ladystone.
Other people in order to really succeed at a lot of things, and people are afraid of standing out from other people, because when you stand out from the herd, you get taken down by a mountain lion or whatever, right? So people have strong resistance to that. Certain people, other people don't, right? People with high risk tolerance don't have those aversions to the same degree, and so you might be doing that. I don't know. I don't know you. I don't know what your personality is like, but you might be doing that. You might be just looking for ways to not succeed while thinking that you tried your hardest. That is definitely a thing that people do. For me, there's not that much question that I'm going to finish the things that I do, because I've learned the secret of that.
Ooh, I should probably pay attention to this section. Everybody, pay attention. Finishing the things you start. Here we go.
And the secret of that is you just do the stuff that you say you're going to do.
It literally is the secret. There is only one way to do the things you're supposed to do, is by doing the things you said you were going to do. Like, that's honestly, that is as good of advice as you'll ever receive. If you think that there's some magic bullet to make you more likely to finish a project, sorry. The answer is just do it.
It's really not hard, but most people don't do it, right? Okay, this is the sad fact, right? Most people are bad at programming. Most people who are good at programming are really busy. They're not usually the people giving you advice about how to program. By Sturgeon's law, almost all advice you'll see on the internet about how to program is bad. So
yeah, fuck. I am really, like,
if you have
realizing this.
no idea.
I actually made this realization today that, like, everything is just surface level, man.
For a little bit, like enough to get
Like,
traction.
everything.
If you know how to program a little bit, you probably know better than the average
Like,
advice.
it doesn't, like, fucking, like,
right?
it doesn't fucking matter until you dive into the details.
What you need to then do is get better so that you have enough judgment capability to sift the good advice
That's what
apart from the bad advice. And the only way to do that is to program.
I did actually really like that. Maybe you didn't catch that one, which is someone who is. He started off by saying, someone who's good at programming is really busy, and then goes into advice. And what he was saying is that when you're listening to people who are regularly giving out tons of free programming advice and all this, you are listening to people that aren't busy. Which means, by his definition, you might not be listening to the best advice. That's pretty good. It's a bit of a funny paradox. Which means that whenever you're getting, like, how often do you get code reviews? And the people that seem to be the most active on code reviews. Uh-oh. 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 I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting kind of paradox. It's an interesting problem. Anyways. You're not really the best since you're here with us? Absolutely, I'm not the best.
How do you level up as a programmer who's been primarily working with web frameworks? Stop doing web programming. Web programming is bad. It will make you a bad programmer. Stop it. Work on other things in other domains. That is step number one.
I think that's good advice.
It's like saying, how do I become a better athlete when what I do is I sit around with all the guys on the couch with the bags of Cheetos, and we practice throwing the Cheetos into each other's bowl, which is kind of like playing basketball. And it's like, no.
Play basketball. That's funny. Okay, I like that. I like that the analogy. Pretty funny, but I like that. I generally like that whole thing. Beer pong is a real sport. Is it? I get this shit all the time. How do I get better at judo? Do more judo. Dude, the answer is almost always time in the saddle. Anytime you hear someone, how do I get better at X? They're almost never asking you to say the simplest and obvious answer, which is...
Why not just wrap it into a function? I don't know. It's JavaScript. It's JavaScript.
Okay.
We just have to get used to it.
There are some things that you can't quite do that with.
It's fine.
Like golf, you need to
it
have
works.
someone show you the right way to do it. Then you go do the right way 10,000 times. Like, that's just how it works. Is that you have to have some hint as to how to do better, and then you just do it constantly, over and over again, every day, always. And that is actually what I'm going to go do right now, because I have a very fantastic project that needs some wrangling, and I would like to do some wrangling.
People have probably called them, like, I'm just
gonna be real.
allocators. Like, there's lots of different names.
Arena sounds so badass that I can see why it's like the term is starting to stick.
I have a more flexible JSON-like format that I designed that I have a parser for, but JSON's a subset of that format. So I'll just
wait. You made your own. I need a soundbite of you saying something like Malloc is too high level for me. Welcome back to Backend Banter. Today I'm joined by Ryan. I've only seen your last name typed. Is it Fleury?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yep.
Ryan Fleury, you're joining us. You're a game developer currently working at...
I work at Epic Games. I work on sort of a sub-team of Epic Games that used to be Rad Game Tools before they were purchased by Epic. I came into programming because I was interested in making games, and throughout my time programming games, I kind of got more and more mad at tools that I was using. So I started with engines. A lot of people start bottom up. They kind of are like, they just love computers, they're writing assembly on day one or something like that. I mean, you see more of that like 30 years ago. But
I was going to say, I don't see a lot of that anymore, but I'm sure it happens.
Yeah, but you know, you can think of a conversation with a senior where it's like, oh, I started reading the 6502 manual or something like that, and that's probably not even right. I'm not familiar with that world, so a lot of people are bottom up. I'm more top down. I started with engines, stripped them away when I got fed up with them, and eventually I got down to the point of like.
I need to state what the purpose of this stream is. Because I have this like automated. I mean, I should just name the video myself, but I'm just going to say it anyways. This video is about rebuilding the Unipal codebase with a more functional approach and forward invocations as opposed to callback invocations for more explicit data flow, and ideally easier to read code. Yeah, there you go. Okay, thanks. That's fine. That works.
I got really into working on more tooling and engine stuff, so I started going a little bit lower, and now I work on the RAD debugger project, which is, just developer tooling. It's just a native graphical debugger for user space code. That's what I do. I work on primarily tooling. I still have my pet game projects, but that's not what I do, for the most part.
Awesome. We met on Twitter. You slid into my replies when I was talking with TJ about his memory management course, and you brought up arenas, which is great because, frankly, so basically TJ and I collaborated on this course. He wrote it. I helped produce it. It's on the boot dev site. It's, learn memory management in C. And you build your own garbage collector, and we talk about memory management. I don't want to make it sound like it's not modern because, it is new, it is up to date, but we talk about memory management from the perspective of, hey, let's build a ref count garbage collector, let's build a mark and sweep garbage collector, let's show you how this stuff works in memory. And you were like, you should talk about arenas. And I was like, I don't know about arenas. So I brought you on to talk about arenas.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this. So to give everyone just a really quick understanding of arenas, can you do a quick compare and contrast from arenas, manual memory management, and maybe the traditional way we think about garbage collectors, just so everybody's on the same page?
I think the first thing I would say is that arena is a very overloaded term, so a lot of people mean a lot of different things by it. My personal, my usage of the term comes from sort of more in some category, some subset of game developers use it in a very particular way. Other people use it in a different way. Other people use other words for what I mean. With that caveat in place, the way to think about arenas is that they're just like the stack, basically. So when you first learn C programming, you learn about pushing variables onto the stack, right? You learn, if I say int x inside of the body of a function, that's going to be allocated. These days obviously it's going to be allocated into a register and all these things, but you're thinking conceptually of the stack and how if you call into a function, it pushes onto the stack. Once that function exits, you pop back out of that function. So the arena is just taking that stack-like allocation pattern and applying it to a larger category of lifetimes than your call stack at any one point in time. The basic principle behind this is that the stack sort of organizes lifetimes together, right? So if you push a bunch of things onto one, in the body of one function, once that function exits, all of those things are jettisoned completely. You're not supposed to, for example, return pointers to things that were in that function's local variables. That end of the function sort of marks the end of an overarching lifetime for each one of those variables. You could almost think of that as some proto version of a garbage collector if you wanted to stretch the definition a lot more. And I think that people sort of inherently feel that because when they're working with things on the stack in C, it's generally not super difficult at the beginning. When you're first learning, okay, put a local variable onto the stack, have an array, have a counter through the array, these kinds of things, all in local variables. It's not complicated. You don't have to clean anything up. You don't really have to do anything. You just have to remember the simple rule to not return pointers to anything, to outer scopes. Then the thing that comes in is sort of the traditional C-style manual memory management, which is malloc and free generally is what people will be taught, which is arbitrary heap allocator. Every single dynamic allocation is one new lifetime that you've added into the mix, and that lifetime, if you don't want it to persist forever, needs to be terminated at some point at the appropriate time. And that's when you sort of return it to the global malloc allocator. Arenas are just saying, hey, this stack style allocation scheme is pretty useful for functions. We can't use it for everything because oftentimes the lifetimes of things we want to allocate conflict with our functions. If we want to allocate something deep in a call stack, the second we exit that frame, that thing will be freed. We won't be able to allocate long-lasting things that way.
Can I ask a question about that really quick?
Yes.
So,
yes.
It's really interesting to me that before even going to malloc and free, which for anyone that hasn't taken the memory management course, by the way, this conversation is going to make a lot more sense after you've taken that course. So just so you know, I'll try to introduce a lot of these concepts, but if you're totally lost, you you might want to check that out. The stack is where local variables within a function live during the function's execution. Like you said, you create a variable local to a function, x equals 5. When the function returns, that variable's memory is automatically cleaned up by the stack pointer. You don't have to worry about that. So when we talk about manual memory management, we're usually not talking about that. We're talking about the malloc-free portion that you talked about afterwards, as opposed to stack. That's heap allocations, and if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, that's basically when you need the memory to span outside of the lifetime of the function. And the last bit that you said there that was really interesting to me was like, okay, arenas are kind of like the stack pointer when it comes to functions. You're like, I'm imagining the scope of the function as essentially a little mini arena. And it is weird to me that functions in production code, or I guess in any code, it doesn't matter whether it's running in production or not, are kind of ways to organize our code. Like, they're almost organizational tools more than anything else. They're not...
Hi, Oksan.
Not memory management tools, typically. I don't usually think of a function as a memory management tool. And if what I'm hearing you say correctly, or maybe this is just what I'm making up, it's like we could have arenas that aren't necessarily tightly coupled to the scope of a function, but that work in a similar way to automatically clean up memory. Is that kind of what an arena is?
Yeah, I would say that that's like a pretty good angle on it. So one of the things you'll see people recommend when people are doing C programming is like to avoid this problem of functions implicitly calling malloc, for example, unbeknownst to the caller of that function. To sort of combat that problem, one thing that people will often suggest is like the caller should allocate and then pass the buffer to the function that they're calling, and then it's the function implementation's job to fill out that buffer, but it's not supposed to allocate anything. It's supposed to use whatever the caller passed to it. That is like not a bad idea. In fact, in one sense, it's what people do with arenas, but it's a little bit hairier than that because the function that you call may want to be closely involved with how that structure is allocated. So if it's just a single buffer and you know how big it needs to be and things like that, then it's not that big of a deal. Like the caller can allocate the buffer, pass it to the function can fill it out. But let's say that it's not a buffer and it's like some variable number of nodes because you're parsing a stream of text or something like that. Like you have this big stream of JSON, you're parsing it, but it has to be a relatively generic parser. You have to build out the whole tree structure. The parser is the one who figures out how many nodes it needs to allocate. It's not the caller who's going to know that. I mean, you could have like, okay, I'll fail once you get past this certain point or something like that, but it's not an arbitrarily good solution. It breaks down fairly quickly is I guess what I'm saying. With an arena, it's kind of like saying the thing that the caller passes in directly to the function is a handle to here's a backing store for all of the allocations I would like you to do, but I control the lifetime of that. So I'm saying, okay, I have a big block of text, parse a JSON tree out of it, put every single one of the allocations, just push it onto this arena, and the user tells that function which arena to put it on. And so now you kind of get the best of both worlds, because the arena, as I kind of use them, it can either have a large reservation of address space and the ability to grow, or it can grow through chaining. Either way, it's not a fixed upper limit. The stack, for example, one problem is that you run out of space on the stack, right? Stack Overflow, yeah, everyone knows Stack Overflow. An arena, because it's not defined in like sort of the way that the operating system will set up your thread stack or something like that, instead, you can kind of control. It's like, okay, if I'm running out of space, what am I going to do? I could get into virtual memory stuff, because that's one very useful way you can actually do it, but you can also, for example, allocate a new block and start pushing onto that block. The blocks are discontiguous, but you can still keep pushing onto the arena.
So it's like the block, the memory exists in different address spaces, but it's all kind of one arena virtually.
Yes, yeah. You can think of it as several arenas chained together if you want to think. Okay. It depends on how you slice it. Like, is one arena one contiguous block? I don't know. But generally, I refer to the arena as the entire chain of blocks. Point being, that JSON parsing problem. You pass it the arena, and now the parser gets to decide how much it allocates and when it allocates. You don't need an initial loop which scans and needs to determine how many things to allocate or something like that. Instead, the parser can actually just allocate whenever it wants, but it's only pushing onto a buffer that the caller has prepared for it, effectively.
So in that scenario, does the caller have to know pretty intimately how the called function is going to use use the memory. Like, it has to pre-allocate the... I mean, you said that the call E, so the function being called could expand the arena if need be. I guess what I'm asking is how much work does the function that's passing the arena into the other function, how much work does it have to do to know that it's passing the right amount of arena?
Yeah, so basically none. Like that's kind of the magic part about it, is that the caller prepares the arena, which is just this very simple allocate.
So it could be like arena.new, and that's basically all it needs to do.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how I do it, literally. I mean, the caller can specify, whoever is creating the arena has the opportunity to specify certain constraints on the arena. Like at the very first line of your program, you could say, all of my memory is going to be in this single arena, and it's going to be, I will disallow chain growth. Like I won't allow this arena to grow. I will allocate 8 gigabytes up front, and it has to fit in that. If not, abort, like not going to work. Similarly, that code path could also just say, I'm creating an arena. It's going to start with a 64 megabyte block. If I run out of space on that 64 megabyte block, I'll chain on new blocks to it. Or another growth strategy would be, I'm going to reserve 256 gigabytes of address space. But that's not a physical commit of memory. That's saying, here is this address, I'm reserving this address space so nobody else can refer to these addresses legally except for me. But there's no physical memory back in those pages yet. And then when I'm pushing onto the arena, I run out of the space I've committed so far. So the part of the arena that has actual physical storage. When you're about to end that region of the arena, that's when you can call back down to the operating system and say, okay, please guarantee physical storage will be there for this new range of addresses within this large block of reserved address space. So the caller gets to decide things like that, so very high-level things about the way that the arena is able to grow. But then when you actually pass it down into the JSON parsing helper function, that function can just push, and that's all really that it needs to do. Now, if you could imagine a more complicated function would actually be wanting to, temporarily free things, it can still do all those things on the arena. It just only needs to push when it actually knows it needs more actual space from the arena, if that makes sense. We can unpack that a little bit, because that went over a lot of details. So
okay, so in the example that we're using here, it sounds like we have, let's just say, a kind of a main function, and it's the caller, and it's going to allocate an arena. Let's just pretend that we have like an arena.new method that returns like an arena object. I don't know if that's quite the right word, but let's just pretend that it is for a minute. And then we've got like this parse JSON function, and as input, maybe it takes the arena itself and a stream of data, and its job is to like read from that stream of data and allocate kind of structured JSON into the arena. So it's reading from the stream, allocating into the arena, and the whole point is that like the caller, main, is the one who created the arena, but now this function that needs to do dynamic allocations has a place to do them. Maybe we'll get to this later. In theory, like later in main, we could do some sort of like arena.cleanup or arena.free. Is that kind of what we're talking about here?
That's basically how I would describe it, and it's not structured in exactly the way that I use it, but it doesn't matter. Point is, when you begin the arena, you're sort of establishing a lifetime, like formally as this structure that you're using. And then when you pass it to the JSON parsing function, yeah, exactly. You're saying, if you do a dynamic allocation, I mean, this is assuming a JSON function that's like built in this style kind of thing. But yeah, you're basically saying to the JSON parser, push all of your results onto this arena, so now I know as the caller, every amount of memory that you've allocated that hasn't been cleaned up by the time you've exited is now sort of stored on that arena as a lifetime. This is related to other, many new languages have explicit allocator passing, so they'll say something like, pass me an allocator, and I will use that to allocate explicitly, like Zig does this, for example. The difference with the arena is that it's simpler than that. It's not doing a generic allocator interface. So the interface of the arena is push and pop. It's not malloc and free, where you can have arbitrary overlapping lifetimes inside of the arena by default, and they can all intermix. Like you could malloc A, malloc B, malloc C, and then free A, free B, free C. That's not a support. At the base level of using the arena, you can only push new bytes off the end and then pop them off the back. So it's very simple. It's much simpler than...
And do you usually pop like that, or do you usually just free the whole arena at once?
It kind of depends. Like I said, arena is sort of like, it's this handle that refers to a lifetime of memory. It can be applied to a lot of different cases. So one example is like, if you're writing a game, you might have a per frame arena. So every frame you clear the arena, meaning you reset the allocation pointer back to the 0 position or whatever the minimum is, and then you push and push and push. You can put like strings on there. You can put all kinds of random dynamic stuff that you're allocating on there, and then at the beginning of the next frame, it's sort of garbage collected and the pointers reset again. So you could have that as one overarching lifetime. Another pattern that comes up would be like if you're running a web server or something like that, you could have like a per request arena. Some request comes in, you're about to prepare a bunch of results. I don't write web servers, but I know vaguely how they work. But you have a bunch of you have some inputs to the request. You have some work to do per that request. You have a bunch of results to respond with, and that arena could begin at the beginning of the request. You push all the results onto it in a linear fashion, so just like the stack. Once that data has been presumably like sent over the network or something like that, then you can clear that arena. That memory is available for use again. Now, there's a different pattern you can do, which does actually work hand in hand with like sort of the call stack kind of model. So with the traditional C model, like we talked about before, there's a fixed block of memory called the stack for every thread that's in your program, and when you allocate some variables and fudging the register stuff, many of them are being allocated to registers, but once you run out of registers, then they'll be pushed onto the stack, or in debug builds they'll always be on the stack. Whatever. Point being, you have stuff on the stack, memory that's being used for these variables. It's less of this like allocate a bunch of stuff and then reset everything. It's more like several granular versions of that, right, with functions, because it's like, okay, allocate a bunch of local variables, call into a function, allocate a bunch of local variables, pop back to the point you were when you began that second function, and so on and so forth. So you can use arenas like that too, and that's how they come in handy with a different case of using arenas. So one example would be if I am in a function where I would like to put things onto the lifetime of my current function scope, I can't use the stack, right? If I've written all this code about arenas, like I have a JSON parsing helper library inside my code base, that code is all written to take an arena. I can't pass the stack as an arena. Like I can't really do that because that's automatically being managed by the generated instructions by the compiler. But I need some way to expose my sort of scope lifetime to this function. And so what you can say also is that you just have like per thread scratch arenas, which are kind of like stacks that you've kind of prepared for each thread. You can just pass that as well, and then you can begin the lifetime at the beginning of your function, pop it at the end, and then anything in between is just whatever allocations you want to do during the lifetime of that function. You can also get an arena for that. Is my point. And so that's more of the push and pop style.
Got it. Okay, here's a point that I just want to emphasize and make sure we don't gloss over, because I said earlier, and I probably was not precise enough when I said this, that like, okay, the stack's great because it's kind of automatically scoped to a function, and you don't have to do quote-unquote manual memory management for like, x equals 5 with your function will automatically pop to the edge. But the other problem with the stack, it's not just that it's like bound to functions. You could almost argue that's sort of an implementation detail. It's more that like it's not dynamically allocated. If I'm being fed data across the network, I'm not stack allocating. I can't stack allocate that data. I have to dynamically keep asking for more memory from the operating system. So to be clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, like arenas, they work in a similar fashion to this. motion pop, and it's kind of automatically adding things into the arena and taking it off the arena, cleaning up the arena. But it is possible to dynamically allocate it as opposed to the stack.
You can actually use the stack for some dynamic allocation things. In C, there are functions you can call, like alloc A, for example, which will push a variable amount of data onto the stack.
Oh, okay.
Someone, I'm sure, will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain there's a way to, at least it varies by operating system, because the operating system is the one doing the allocation. Like, that's another thing, is that there's no true dichotomy between stack and heap allocation. The stack is just one dynamic allocation that the operating system has done for you before it called you, right? It's saying, like, okay, you're spawning a thread, I've allocated a stack for that thread, and I've set up the registers for the stack pointer, okay, go. I'm pretty sure on Windows, perhaps, I don't use this, I just kind of use the default stack as it is, but I'm pretty sure on Windows, and probably Linux, I'd be shocked if not, that you can say, I would like a reserve and commit style, like, allocation here. So I want my stack to be 1 gigabyte, but I don't want to allocate actually 1 gigabyte of memory up front. I want to do incremental committing of physical memory to basically, as I push enough onto the stack, only allocate the pages when I actually touch those. In fact, that's probably what's going to happen by default. On Windows, those semantics are a little bit more explicit, so I might be remembering a specific compiler flag to do that kind of pattern. But that is actually the thing. Like, the stack and heap, they are terms that sort of exist at a semantic layer, but they're not. There's no difference between stack memory and heap memory.
Right. It's still RAM underneath the hood.
Yeah, both are ultimately virtual address space reservations from the operating system. Both are going to have all the same caveats. It's just that one is sort of being micromanaged by the compiler, by the compiler's generated instructions. It's doing all the stack work, and the operating system is micromanaging like what that allocation looks like and how big it is and things like that. Although you can tweak it, but yeah.
So I do a lot of Go programming. My mental model of stack and heap is pretty simplistic for the most part. It's like, I'm pretty aware of when things are going on the stack, and I'm pretty aware of when they're going on the heap, but I don't have to do much other than that. It's funny, because anytime you say anything in programming, like, you can do X, you can't do Y, usually not actually true. There's like crazy ways to get around it, or if you, there's some architecture for which it's not true. But just to follow up on that, so you mentioned dynamically allocating on the stack is a thing that you can do potentially. Is that common? Like, or is it just like you could do it, but like...
Yeah, usually, I mean, some people will do it. Usually not, because I think people are... In the code that I read, I almost never see it done, because it's like, people are kind of paranoid about how much space the stack has on it, and rightfully so. It's like, the top level code is going to be deciding how big your stack is. If you're writing a library, for example, you don't want this to be dependent on, okay, this library works, but only if you haven't, like, called it 20 call frames deep or something like that. Like, that's not generally how you want to write libraries or something. And so if you're about to do, like, a alloc A call, and you're like, okay, allocate 64 kilobytes or whatever, it's like, okay, goodbye stack. Like, you just can't do that. And so it has fairly limited utility, unless you're really controlling the whole thing. It also has limited utility for that coupling reason, where it's coupled to which functions you're calling. I can't use alloc A in C to return something to my caller, because the second I pop out of that function and go back to my caller, that allocation is now, it's free, right?
It's still a local dynamic allocation, right?
But it's that memory is no longer legally accessible by the caller after that function is popped. So it's like you can't... It has more limited utility. The difference with arenas is that you can separate the lifetime from the actual function lifetime. Yeah. So I can say, okay, begin a scratch arena scope, call into this JSON function thing, look through the parsed tree after the parse has come back, and then pop. So I can kind of expand the scope outside of what the function would have allowed me to do.
It's not tightly coupled to function call and function return, even though it's like at the, not the hardware level, that's the wrong term, at like the conceptual memory management level, it's kind of similar to a stack, but it's decoupled from how your code is organized, it sounds like.
Yeah, and so I guess what I would say is that we covered a lot of details there, and people who maybe aren't familiar with like the concept might be kind of going like, okay, like and so what, like and so what.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because once you have these lifetimes established, so once you've sort of organized these things, which is a very small task relatively, like I gave some real examples, like one arena for every frame in your game, you begin an arena scope, and you clear it at the beginning of every frame, off you go. The benefit to all of this is that it's virtually, you don't have to think about freeing anything. Like, it just becomes a non-issue. It's like, okay, I'm going to allocate a string, like a dynamic string, variable length, could be any size for all I care, doesn't matter. I don't have to think about that. I don't have to call malloc. It means I don't have to call free. I've pushed it onto the arena. The arena's already set up by code I wrote several months ago, and so I'm done, basically. All I do is push, and then I forget about it.
I'm just waiting for you to say zero cost abstraction.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I will say, so in the game development world, I'm not sure how common it is with like back-end web stuff, but in the game development world, there's like a common thing that people say, which is like, don't dynamically allocate in a hot loop. Like, if you're doing a bunch of hot work that needs to be very tightly scoped and supposed to run extremely fast, you don't want to be you don't want to insert a malloc call in there or something like that, because malloc's implementation has to be fairly complicated, because it's doing a fully generic lifetime management problem. Because any allocation you allocate, there's no guarantee, like with the arena, that it's in some order. There's no stack-like pattern to it. Anything you allocate could be freed at any time. It has to manage all these structures in order to...
So there's like a lot of logic there that potentially has to run.
And there's also like concerns about... I mean, the newer malloc implementations are generally smarter about this part, but there are also concerns about, like, is this going to cause interlocking with other threads while I'm calling it in this hot loop? Like, there's that, like, the older malloc implementations definitely had problems with that. Newer ones, I think, have been smarter about that problem. But point being, you're not supposed to dynamically allocate in the hot loop. That's like the slogan, I guess. With an arena, what's a dynamic allocation? Well, it's like, the arena has been dynamically allocated. If I'm allocating, what do? I take a pointer from the arena and then I add some number of bytes to the arena's pointer. In the common case, right? If it has to grow, that's a genuine cost, but you can tweak the arena such that you don't have to grow in common cases. In the common case, your allocations can be as simple as remember this pointer, like return that as my result or whatever, and then add some number of bytes to the arena's allocation pointer. It's just like the stack.
So yeah, I was gonna say in the common case, it sounds like basically a stack allocation.
Yep. So it's just as fast, just as simple. That like bit of wisdom kind of just goes away. Like you just have this very simplified allocator, and you push onto it, and you forget about the allocations, and they're cleaned up for you later. So it's once you've kind of gone this route, what I found when I kind of learned about these and started really using them, all of the traditional concerns about memory management in C went away. Like, it was not a problem for me anymore to manage mallocs and frees. I didn't have problems with memory leaks. I didn't have problems really with like use after free or things like that. It became much simpler to think about where my memory was going, having it cleaned up appropriately and things like that. So I think the problem just gets a lot easier, and you just don't have to think about it very much anymore. I think it's very useful to people.
So I have one question about. I know I'm just like re-explaining the concept 1,000 times, but I think it'll be helpful to the listeners.
Yeah.
I've got one more question about explaining it, and then I have a maybe more interesting question. So the first one is, are you familiar with slices in Go?
I mean, I know the word slices in other contexts.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's like, okay, yeah, go.
I'll just give like a brief overview. I'm sure there's a lot of people listening that probably don't know too much about them either. Basically, a slice in Go is just a view into an array, right? Okay. So arrays are fixed size in Go, just like in C. So you can have this array that's like, 1,000, has 1,000 entries in it, an array of 1,000 integers. A slice would be like a view into that array, so maybe from, index 0 to index 8 is your current slice. The interesting thing about Go is that we basically never use arrays directly. When you use slices, they just allocate arrays in the background. And when you create a slice, kind of the normal way to do it, if you're not being like too precise about performance, is you just create like an empty slice, and then you push onto it with like the append function. And in the background, it just grows. So like maybe the backing array starts at like 8 entries, and once you push past 8, it reallocates a new array of 16 entries, copies the old data from the first array to the new array. This growing sort of happens in the background. You've got the length of the slice, which is actually how many items are in it, and then you've got the capacity, which is the size of the backing array. And I guess my question is that basically arenas, like, but for memory?
Yeah. Yeah, so I would say that that's exactly it. It's just that same concept.
I think like performance is you just create like an 1,000 integers, a array that's right. Okay. So arrays are fixed size in Go, just like in C. So you can have this array that's like 1,000 has 1,000 entries in it. array of 1,000 integers. A slice would be like a view into that array, so maybe from index 0 to index 8 is your current slice. The interesting thing about Go is that we basically never use arrays directly. When you use slices, they just allocate arrays in the background. And when you create a slice, kind of the normal way to do it, if you're not being like too precise about performance, is you just create like an empty slice, and then you push onto it with like the append function. And in the background, it just grows. So like maybe the backing array starts at like 8 entries, and once you push past 8, it reallocates a new array of 16 entries, copies the old data from the first array to the new array. This growing sort of happens in the background. You've got the length of the slice, which is actually how many items are in it, and then you've got the capacity, which is the size of the backing array. And I guess my question is that basically arenas, like, but for memory?
Yeah. Yeah, so I would say that that's exactly it. It's just that same concept with the caveat. But it's basically the same concept except applied to raw memory in general. So it's taking that pattern, and instead of saying we can only use this for this particular array, you're applying it to the concept of memory as it's used by anyone anywhere, basically. So like I said with that JSON parsing example, how that function has to be aware of how it's going to be allocating, how many things it's going to be allocating, in what order, like when it finds them during the parse phase or whatever. It's not necessarily allocating one type of thing. Like JSON nodes, I mean, the way I would write it, JSON node would be a singular type, but a lot of people don't do that with JSON. And, partly for good reason, because the grammar doesn't work that way, right? You have, like, differently typed nodes. It's a heterogeneous sort of abstract syntax tree, and so you have certain, like, you have an object node and an array node, and I guess a map would be an object. I'm trying to think. But you probably have different nodes for, like, numeric, like, entities, I guess, or numeric literals and string literals and things like that. Those are probably all differently typed nodes. Similarly, you might want to be dynamically allocating strings, for example, if you're doing processing on strings from the original text buffer, something like that. Yeah, the arena is sort of at a lower level than what you're describing with slices, so that you can intermix these allocations. It's so you can say, like, okay, allocate a node, and I want to generate the string for this node. Let me apply some processing to the input text stream, and that's the string for this node. And so push that onto the arena, that goes there. Okay, I'm parsing an array of numbers, right? So I'm allocating the node for the array of integers, and now I'm descending one level into the parse and finding all of the integers that are in this array. Okay, allocate all these nodes, or some structure, probably not like a linked list or whatever, but like, probably just a bunch of these chunks of numbers that you're parsing out or something. All of these like heterogeneous allocations are all going onto that same like quote-unquote slice. So that's the main difference. Now, I think there was another point that I thought you were going to with the slices thing, which is pretty interesting, which is, so the way that I understand the word slice is slightly different from what I think you explained, which is that the slice is kind of like it's sort of like the read-only view into the buffer. That's how I think about it, where it's like, this is actually probably the same distinction as like in C++, you have std string, you also have std string view. The string view thing is what I think of as a slice.
Got it.
But it sounds like Go kind of welds those two concepts together a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can change what's in a slice. Like, you can swap out elements and stuff. It is, it depends on exactly what you mean by read-only. Like, if swapping out elements isn't allowed in C, that is allowed in Go, I guess.
Yeah, like, for example, when I think of the canonical example of slices, at least with the way that I write code, is with string, like, length strings, basically. So if I have a string, it could be the JSON text buffer, actually, and I'm trying to like pull a sub-region of that string out and point at it and say, like, this is the string attached to this node or something like that. Generally what I do is all of my strings are slices, and so I'll say, okay, I'm going to form a new string slice, basically, and the base pointer of that is going to be the same region of memory as the initial string. It'll just be offset. I'll say, like, okay, refer into the original buffer. So I've got the overall buffer.
It's like multiple slices into the same backing array.
Yeah, and you treat all those as immutable is the important part. So you kind of like, you don't mutate through those because they're all pointing at the same thing. And so you have kind of an immutability by default kind of rule.
So like you can do that in Go, but like the slices in Go are just like, you use them the exact same way you use like lists in Python. It's just kind of like the default ways to order collections.
Dynamic arrays or stuff like that.
Yeah,
got
exactly.
it. Okay.
Or vectors in C++, right?
Yeah.
Very similar, not like similar implementation, but like you use them in a similar way that you probably would.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Other caveat that's pretty important difference between like slices and arenas, other than being like sort of byte based, like generic memory allocating kind of thing. When a slice resizes in Go, I would assume that you cannot assume the pointers remain stable. So if you have a pointer to an element in a slice, and that slice resizes, it's not guaranteed that that pointer is still valid.
I believe that's correct. I believe it gets copied to a new address.
Yeah, SD vector, I think every implementation works the same way, where you'll do a realloc, which is basically like check the initial allocation. If it's not big enough, double the size or something. I don't think it's literally double, but you expand the capacity somehow, reserve a new block, copy the entire array to that new block, and then you're done. But that invalidates all your pointers. With an arena, the way that I write them at least, I don't do that. That's why I do the chaining or the large virtual address space reservation and incremental physical commits of physical memory. Because after a resize, so after you chain a new block on, or after you commit new physical memory to back your virtual address space reservation, those pointers all remain stable. So you can take pointers to them before, after the growth, doesn't matter. Everything's in the same region. So that's like one pretty important difference. It simplifies a lot if you can assume pointer stability. So that's why I say that's
so
important.
During the lifetime of the arena, as long as you haven't popped,
yeah,
the memory addresses are stable.
Yeah, the addresses are stable no matter what, but yeah, I mean, if you pop, the problem with popping is that somebody else could push and overwrite what you were pointing to. So
right.
It's the same thing as the stack, right? It's like, once you pop out of a function, you had some variable. The second you exit that function, that variable's memory is still going to be there. It'll have the same value in it. But then the problem is that you could call another function, and that function's going to stop all that memory, right?
So the chaining of the arenas doesn't screw up the memory address space of the previous arenas. Got it.
Exactly. Yeah, because it's a linked list of large fixed size.
Linked list basically being doing the heavy lifting, right? Because you didn't have to copy all that memory to a new place, which is how slices work with backing arrays. Okay, very cool. All right, this leads me to my next question, which has frankly been in the back of my mind ever since you responded on Twitter, which is I've heard hearsay of arenas for a while. Haven't dug super far into them. What people are hearing here on this podcast is basically my understanding of arenas. They sound like this kind of too good to be too true, zero cost abstraction. Like I create an arena, I magically put stuff into the arena, later I free the arena, I don't need a garbage collector anymore. If it's all so true, where are they? Like why aren't we using them all over the place?
The reason why I brought up the name thing first, the fact that people refer to them by different names, I think that's important for understanding the answer to this question. So the first thing I would say is that people have been using these for before I was born. But yes, the stack is an arena, but even before saying that, game developers have been using arena allocators forever. And they go by other names too. So linear allocator, bump allocator. People have probably called them region allocators. There's lots
arena
of different
sounds
names.
so badass though. I can see why it's the term is starting to stick.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? I agree with you. So people have been using this for a very, very long time. I think the problem is that the knowledge of how to work with these allocators effectively, in many cases, it doesn't escape certain teams, for example. And so the place where I learned about them was watching Casey Muratori on Handmade Hero. This was his thing. He's like, I don't need a garbage collector. I don't even need RAII. I'm not doing any of that. I'm just doing very simple allocation schemes with these very basic allocators. In fact, the first thing in Handmade Hero that he does, or one of the first things he does, is at the beginning of his program, he reserves a block of memory for every single allocation his program does. So he knows whether or not his allocations are going to fail by the fifth line of the program. There's no more any allocations after that, other than calls it OpenGL or in Handmade Hero it's OpenGL. I'm sure the user mode driver is doing tons of stuff, but point being, he's not allocating more stuff after that.
Right.
When I learned about them, I was watching him, and I felt exactly the same way as you described. It's wow, this sounds really way too good to be true. How is it so easy for him? Maybe he's just done a lot of practice or something like that. And I mean, everything requires practice, but I think the reason why I had never been exposed to that before is that Casey was coming from, he worked at Rad Game Tools, and that they were kind of this old school game development industry kinds of low-level C kind of programmers, and they had found ways to work comfortably inside of C. The ways that they worked comfortably inside of C didn't involve, a lot of people like to say, skill issues, just write better C or whatever. There's lots of, that kind of discourse. That's not, to be very, very clear, that's not what I mean. I'm not saying that. they found ways to be comfortable in C because they simplified their problems. And so when he kind of showed how you do that, that was like light switch for me. It's like, oh, now I get it. Like now I see how you can change the definition of your problem to make your allocation patterns very simple, and off you go. And the reason why people probably don't talk about it very much is because it's like, once you see it, it's actually very trivial. It's like, oh, it's a stack. That's it. And I just have multiple of them now, instead of just the one, for local variables or whatever. It's like, no, I have a level stack, and, so on and so forth. And so I think it's a very simple idea, but I think the reason why I've talked about them a lot and why Casey talked about them in Handmade Hero probably has to do with the fact that there's so much unlearning to do. Like, people have to unwind a lot of this stuff about how complicated memory management is, because that's what people say. Looking back at it, it's like, it doesn't have to be that way. It can be a lot simpler.
Within the context of C programming, it's not like a special library that you import to do arenas. Maybe there's some libraries, I don't know. But, I'm assuming that's not what we're talking about here. It's a way of writing code, it's a way of architecting and thinking about your program, and you kind of do it up front, and you need to, build your whole program in this style. And so if I'm understanding what you're saying is, it's basically you just need to get out of the mindset of using malloc and free in the way you've probably been taught.
In principle, there's nothing really wrong with malloc and free. It's not that malloc and free should be deleted or something. It's that they're just introducing a lot more stuff than you need for most problems. Most problems can be simplified in this kind of stack-like allocator way. With malloc and free, it's you're doing this whole generic allocation problem for every little micro allocation you're doing. But a really sensible way to use malloc and free is to implement an arena with them. So you can say oh, malloc 64 megs, that's my first chunk in my arena.
Because you are using malloc and free, you're just doing it in chunks, basically, right?
I personally don't use malloc and free, but you can use them for arenas. Because
how do you do it?
I program primarily on Windows. That's where the game development industry tends to work.
It's unfortunate, but here we are. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, what can you do? I mean, I like my audio drivers working. Unfortunately, I won't get. People are going to yell at me in the comments.
No, I have a PC and a Mac. And I've been thinking about switching to PC and Linux, but I can't get away from PC because it's where I play games. But I despise doing any work on it.
Yeah. That's just, I don't know, that's various reasons. I think one important thing is that Windows tends to have the best debuggers for game developers, for the kinds of work that game developers are doing. Debuggers are
just doing it in chunks, basically, right?
I prefer
Linux, but I can't get away from PC because it's where I play games.
Debuggers are very useful. On Linux, you're stuck with GDB and LLDB, and people don't tend to like those very much. So on Windows, I'm less familiar with the Linux picture, but I know it's slightly different. Things are coupled a little bit more. But on Windows, malloc is a helper function implemented inside of the C runtime library, and it is itself calling into the operating system for you. The operating system provides a much lower level mechanism for doing memory allocation, which is called virtual alloc. And virtual alloc is the API that Microsoft wants you to call when you're doing the lowest possible level memory reservation kinds of things. And that's how you can do some of those virtual memory things I was talking about. So
you call that?
I call that, and I just implement all the higher level stuff on top. That's what malloc does too. Malloc has to call virtual alloc. In fact, I think malloc technically calls heap alloc, which is a higher level helper that Microsoft wrote as well. So malloc calls heap alloc. I would assume that Microsoft's C runtime library calls Microsoft's heap alloc function. I hope that's a safe assumption. Maybe they duplicated it.
I need a soundbite of you saying something like, malloc is too high level for me.
Yeah, well, oh man, I mean, there would be too much to unpack, I guess.
Sorry, I cut you off to make a stupid joke. Keep going.
No, you're good. Yeah, so I just call virtual alloc, and then I just build these arenas with virtual alloc. Because virtual alloc, it's not like a generic heap allocator like malloc. With malloc, you could do something like allocate 8 bytes, for example. You'd say okay, I want 8 bytes, or I want 100 bytes, I want 256 bytes, and I'm mallocing that. With virtual alloc, you're talking to the operating system's page allocator. So it's doing the job of passing out ranges of pages inside of your address space to processes. So it's basically saying I've reserved page n, wherever n happens to be, this address, and then the minimum granularity that you're going to see is 4K. So it's basically like at 4K granularity. That's what virtual
So
Malloc
can't
is
do a
doing.
whole chunk deal with it, whereas Malloc gives you a little finer grained API to deal with the individual bytes that you need and stuff.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So Malloc is built to be in some ways more generic, in some ways less generic. It's more generic in the sense that it's like more size variable. Like it's not for these giant chunk allocations. It's for many micro allocations. It's less generic in the sense that it doesn't expose like virtual memory semantics, which are universal on consumer hardware and server hardware, for example. I just build the arenas with the virtual Malloc API because it's like it provides me extra functionality. There's fewer intermediate layers. There is overhead, but there's no extra overhead incurred by a Malloc implementation, basically. I just like to do it at that layer. But you could use Malloc and free to build an arena. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. So I think it's really a pattern thing. It's like, are you calling Malloc 10 million times or 10 times in your program? Like, that's kind of the problem I'm getting at. It's been helpful for me to think about how to get it down to 10, rather than just like going off to infinity and trying really hard, and then having Mallocs all over the place, and like, oh, I'm pointing to that, but I freed that, and I freed that, but it was already freed, or I allocated that, and I never freed it, so I have this leak. It's like, none of that has to happen. Just a better way of using Malloc works.
Okay, here's my next question then, and it's kind of along the same lines of like, why don't we use arenas everywhere? Sorry to use another Go analogy, but it's where I do all my work. So, and it'll be helpful to our audience too, because we got a lot of Go developers listening. Okay, in Go, there's this concept of the context. It's part of the Go standard library, and basically the context is this thing. You can imagine it as just an object, kind of like an arena, that you pass around your various function calls in a web server. The most useful thing about the context is that it can be canceled. So, for example, if a client makes an HTTP request, and while the HTTP request is being processed, say a database call gets kicked off, the client disconnects, that context is canceled, and the server can abort early, essentially, that call to the database. So it can clean up the function really quickly and efficiently, because the context has been canceled. Contexts are really cool. Thing is, anytime you're making a function call in Go now, because context pattern is so ubiquitous, you basically need to include this in your function signature, this additional context parameter. Just kind of by convention, it should always be the first thing that you pass to the function. So, for example, instead of db.getUser pass in an ID, it's something like db.getUser context ID. Pass them both in. Now, I'm not saying that it's bad, but I am saying that if you have a code base that hasn't been using context, and now you need to introduce context, you've got to change all the function signatures, and it's very, at the application layer, you're very aware of it. And I'm sure there's some programmers out there that are just can't this thing be invisible in the background and not bother me all the time? Is that what it's like working with arenas?
I think what you said is accurate. If you are coming into a code base that hasn't used arenas, it's going to be a pretty large task to move all of the code to being arena-based. And yes, as you're writing code, you definitely do have to be aware of what arena you're pushing things onto. To me, that's acceptable. To a lot of people, it's not. I think the wins outweigh the costs. Because the garbage collector, obviously, it has to basically infer what you're manually doing with an arena. So the arena is saying, I won't access this pointer with this allocation after this lifetime ends, and you specify that by which arena you pick at what point in time. A garbage collector also has to figure out when you're going to stop accessing something, but it has to fish that out more implicitly from all of your code. There's a lot of problems with that. You do pay the cost of saying okay, I've got to specify this arena manually, but the win, obviously, allocations become very fast, frees become trivially fast, and I don't have to think about freeing. To me, that's a worthwhile trade-off, but you're right. Yeah. It's a little bit of extra friction at every kind of function call kind of boundary. For every function call, that does dynamic allocation.
Yeah, it takes an allocator. And yeah, I'm not saying that it's not worth it. In fact, arenas, especially based on our discussion today, I'd need to do a whole bunch more research, but they sound awesome. And when you described a web server as I can imagine a function handler that handles an HTTP request having its own top-level arena that you can do all these dynamic allocations in that automatically gets cleaned up, that'd be hugely efficient. Because in Go, we build these highly performant servers that handle thousands of requests per second, but you still have that GC loop that just happens every once in a while, right? And so memory builds in this sawtooth pattern. If you were able to do a lot of the allocations that are happening on the heap within an arena, I could imagine that having huge performance boosts.
Yeah.
To web servers in particular. Okay, so like in C, if you want arenas, you build your own arena. we got that, right? Like you're building an arena.
So I will throw in there. Like I said, they're so simple, which is kind of why nobody talks about them, and that shows up in the implementation. Like if you try to build your own malloc, you can build a simple malloc in very little code, but if you're building like a production-ready malloc kind of implementation, I mean, you can go look at them. Like me malloc is available. I think JE malloc. There's a few different malloc implementations that you can import and use in your. I don't want to say big because it's not big in the grand scheme of things, but it's like several thousands of lines of code because they have all of these like fairly sophisticated tracking data structures and things like this. We've been running on this arena implementation for a very, very long time. It's something like 200 lines of code. Like it's not much code, so you can do it very easily. Is my point.
Are you aware of any languages or tool chains? You mentioned Zig does something similar. Then you made it sound like it doesn't actually do arenas. Are there any languages that are building support for arenas like directly into the language, or at least into the conventions that you're aware of?
Not really. I think, like Odin and Zig do the most. Like Odin has an arena implementation. As far as I know, Gingerbill, I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but he has said before, he's like, I use arenas in the same way you do, but he didn't quite go as far as standardizing their practice in the way that he and I use them throughout all of the Odin standard library and things like that, because it's just, it is an extra step to learn for people, and he wanted to make it more like, he uses that kind of generic allocator interface that Zig also uses, because it's more familiar to people who are used to working with the malloc and free style.
Is that more similar to malloc and free? Like, just,
yeah, like, that's like kind of the standard interface that Odin has, and it also has a thing called a context, but I think it's different. But that context is passing through that allocator implicitly, and that allocator is a generic allocator, so it's not an arena. It could be an arena, and Zig does the same thing, but that's not quite the same as standardizing. Zig standardizes on explicit allocators, which is like halfway there. The problem is that the arena helps simplify both implementation code and usage code, and so by requiring everyone to conform to the generic memory allocator interface, nobody can really be guaranteed that they don't have to call free, for example. So they still have to go and do all that work, even if the free is actually a no-op, because you're secretly passing an arena. I've not seen any language do this kind of thing in a first-class way. Lots of code bases do it, but no language to my knowledge.
Fundamentally, it's just to have the right interface, it's a different interface, right?
Yeah. It might not be totally true that nobody's like standardizing on it, because I'm sure garbage collector implementations, in fact, I'm 99, without having looked at them, I'm like 99% sure that production garbage collector interfaces are doing arena-like patterns all the time. They're just doing it implicitly. So they're not doing it all the time, obviously, because you could have longer-lasting allocations that break the lifetime patterns of any individual arena. I think they'll move the allocation, like they'll assume if it's a short-lived allocation or something, they'll assume it's on a short-lived arena scope, and then they'll move the allocation if it's not, that kind of thing. So there's some stuff like that. You could argue that it's being used in standardized garbage collector implementations, but not in the same way that I use them in C, where it's like explicit, but just kind of like first class everywhere kind of thing.
Okay, now I'm going to try to get you to play devil's advocate, and like tell me, alright, so you use arenas, but like, Wink, when do you stop? But like, do you ever escape hatch and just like malloc and free some stuff?
I never escape hatch. I will sometimes call a library which escape hatches.
But it's like you're forced to at that point because the library does it.
Yeah, like you could, like STB image is a good example. Like you can change the allocator that it's using, but if you don't change it, it's going to call malloc. And so I just kind of looked at that. I could go so far as to like sneak in an arena somehow through their malloc and free, like
just on principle.
Yeah, just on principle, exactly. You do get some wins for that. Like you could see it if you have debug visualizations in your code base of like seeing when memory is allocated and how much memory is allocated across time. There's some use to that. It's mostly on principle, but there's some win you get for it. But I never personally go to malloc really. I will just build more complicated allocating structures on top of an arena lifetime. And so this is the whole other half of like working with arenas that generally people get hung up on. A lot of people will say, these arenas sound great, but like what if I do want to free something out of the middle of the arena? Like it's